world that we are actually talking while Pat's talking right now on ESPN. And sometimes that invites a lot of scorn towards Aaron because he talks about things that aren't football. And then, as you know, he's always about, when he's in a football building, saying we need to take out all the outside noise. And sometimes he brings the outside noise in. And that's a one would say, hypocritical stance. And that's what brings some scorn upon him. But I can tell you, in that Jets building, there were a ton of his teammates who loved him and were not happy to see him go. And when Aaron Glenn said, we're going to go with a different quarterback, there's only one Aaron here and he's the coach, there were some Jets players who were not happy. And I imagine Glenn had to do some cleanup on aisle Rodgers when the Jets let him walk. And there were times last year when Rodgers looked like a 40-year-old coming back from an Achilles injury. And there were times last year when Rodgers looked like the Rodgers of old. And, Devontae Adams being there helped. Garrett Wilson making an Air Jordan-like catch against the Texans on a Halloween night on Amazon on a Thursday night. That helped. And if you're the Steelers, you've got to sit there and think to yourself, Rodgers showing up and throwing to DK Metcalf, and if we still keep George Pickens, which I think they will, George, and Roman Wilson, and Pat Freiermuth, and whoever we have at running back with Jalen Warren, because Najee Harris is coming out here to run for the Chargers and Harbaugh. They got to think that this is an enticing option for them. They have to think that. Because it is. Because Rodgers at age 41 has got to be thinking about his end career scenario. And him showing up to Pittsburgh with a defense like this and a coach that he respects. And I imagine he and TJ Watt could be thick as thieves. And, and Cam Hayward are people who are in his age group area that there weren't a lot of with the Jets until he imported his friends. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. As long as the Steelers and he can come to some sort of an understanding of one another, that they're comfortable with one another. And no, you're inviting a certain way of quarterbacking and a certain style of quarterbacking and a certain way of a leopard who's not changing his spots after 41 years on this earth, and an organization that is very set in its ways, and they're not changing their ways very much either. And there's a coach who has a certain style that I don't think is changing much anyway. And if they can all sit in the same room and say, what do you think? And if I'm Rodgers, I'm trying to get in that room yesterday, because all the other options out there right now are for teams that are 100% in rebuilding mode. That's it. I mean, or you have somebody like J.J. McCarthy sitting there, if he really is considering the Vikings and the full triple Favre Lindy that we talked about yesterday. And if the Vikings really do want to invite Rodgers into the building and delay J.J. McCarthy's arrival, because it would. And does Rodgers want to have a kid that has already been drafted sitting right there? Could the Steelers go ahead and draft a kid anyway? It's possible. They have to talk about all this stuff. But what other options do the Steelers have? They can run it back with Russ. They've already seen that movie before. They can see if Kirk Cousins pops free. I mean, my question for you is, which OG, old guy, coming off an Achilles injury 1 year removed from it, would you rather have? And that's it. Rookie or who else? Am I missing any other options? Not even Zach Wilson's an option. He showed up in Miami. Honestly, who else is sitting there? Are we missing anybody? Am I missing anybody? I'm not hearing any voices in the studio, and I'm not hearing any voices in my ears saying, you're missing this person.
Trey Lance.
Joe Milton.
Trey Lance and Joe Milton.
With TJ Watt and Cam Hayward and that defense and the rest of the offense ready to go. Okay. So, yeah, they're options, but none better than Rodgers.
None viable.
There's the buzz factor, too, which I know the Steelers apparently won't outwardly say they care about, but they play the Packers and the Bills. They play the Vikings. They play the Seahawks, their division opponents, the Jets, the Chargers. Imagine Rodgers is the quarterback. They play the NFC North, man. He would go through of course he wants to go through this for the Steelers. Are you kidding me? You don't think Rodgers wants to take one last stroll through the NFC North?
Yeah. I didn't even think about that until you just said it.
He could take back ownership of the Bears in Chicago, go into Soldier Field. He's going to go into MetLife to take on the Jets. You don't think Rodgers wants a piece of this? You bet he does. So, what are the Steelers thinking right now? And if I'm them, I would choose the Rodgers option and maybe draft a kid in the end of the first round or second round. If you what you want to do.
But then, like I said earlier, you're running the risk if you're Aaron Rodgers that you start out the season slow. The Steelers are 2-5, and now every show is talking about you getting benched for the kid.
I hear you saying that, but if there's one coach who would be able to block that out and not care and show up to his press conference every single week and block that out and make sure that doesn't go in the building and finish above 500 and make the playoffs anyway.
Yes, but if
it's
then,
the guy, it's the guy
he's coaching for
him.
his job then, if they're at that point.
He's coaching. I think Tomlin knows what time it is, as do the owners. And what time it is, it's the day before the new league year's popping. And they don't have a quarterback. But they got a $33 million wide receiver to throw to. I think Rodgers is the answer, and I think it's going to wind up being that way. And if it's Rodgers, if he has any influence, he is, I mean, what else is he going to do? I was, oh, wait a minute, he's got a home in Nashville. That's right. Let him go to Tennessee. First overall on the clock. Where's he going to go? The Giants as well. I mean, that's an option for him. But they're third overall on the clock. These are teams where, for a reason, the Steelers made the playoffs last year. Steelers can make the playoffs this year. Steelers play the NFC North and the Jets. Good night. Like, there's only one option in Rodgers' head right now, as far as I'm concerned, outside of not playing. What say you? 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We'll talk about all the other quarterbacks that landed. Daniel Jones landed. The Pastronaut has landed in New England.
Which makes Joe Milton expendable.
Oh, God. I can't believe you're saying these words into the microphone.
Anyway. I mean, I'm not the only one. I mean, okay. teams are calling.
Sounds good.
All right.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. We got Mike Mayock, middle of the hour of hour two. We've got an Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday because so much happened between Overreaction Monday and this Tuesday. That's coming up with Albert Breer from Sports Illustrated as well.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Insight, info, and trends to help you win, all in one place. We are 8:50 a.m. Boston, an Odyssey station.
Rich Eisen Show Radio Network. I'm sitting at the Rich Eisen Show desk, furnished by Grainger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Sources say that read was brought to you by Grainger. Okay. Listen, when I say I don't want the top 5 rumors that I heard at the Combine to be viewed as news, it's all rumor. I traffic in rumor once a year. Okay? My agent to the stars, Jerry Sobowitz, calls it Clickbait Monday on the Rich Eisen Show. That's what he called it.
It's very fun.
Okay? He can be a funny guy. And when I say, these are just rumors and, I don't care if they're right. I don't care if they're right. Some of them are wrong.
Yeah.
I think some of them are already wrong. I forget which one is wrong already. It's odd that I'm confused on what's wrong. But some of them have turned out to be right. The one that I heard is that the Browns truly intend to not trade Myles Garrett. And Myles believed that because he's the one who eventually said, I will swallow my sense and sensibility of our ability to win for $40 million a year. And by the way, how chill do you think he must be right now, Myles Garrett? Because if he didn't take that deal over the weekend, every single situation that we're talking about, trade, signing, whatever, would all be seen through the prism of, is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? Why isn't it happening? What's wrong with the Browns? What's wrong with Myles Garrett? Why isn't Myles getting his way? How's he going to stomp his feet to get his way? How are we going to take a look at everybody's rosters once the salary cap is complete? Who's going to be actually still into Myles Garrett? Where would Myles Garrett go? I mean, everything would be about that. His entire phone world would be blown up. Instead, he's chilling out wherever he's chilling out, knowing he's getting $40 million a year. I mean, he is all good. Maybe you could sit there and say, with the exception of the Browns, he's going to have to play and he's going to have to deal with maybe more losses than wins. That said, it did turn out to be correct that the Browns had no intention of trading Myles Garrett.
Yep.
Another rumor I heard is that the Cowboys are all out on their free agents, with the exception of Odigizua. They did sign Odigizua. They re-signed their long snapper.
Mm-hmm. The veteran Trent Sieg.
Okay, and I'm waiting to hear who else they're re-signing from their free agent class. I haven't heard that just yet, have we?
Well, Rich, it's kind of funny that you bring up
what do we got?
The Cowboys here, because
Who did they just sign? Did you sign somebody?
I think all of your disrespect towards the Cowboys as a Jets fan is coming back to bite you, because according to Adam Schefter, former Jets defensive tackle Solomon Thomas reached an agreement today on a 2-year deal with a max value of $8
by the way,
million.
That's a good signing. Solomon Thomas is an outstanding human being.
Yeah.
Well done.
And he's good at his job.
Fantastic.
And that is a selectively aggressive signing.
He's a great man to have inside the locker room.
And they need
field.
somebody like him, so congrats on him.
Thank you.
It's marvelous.
But,
It's marvelous.
But my rumor at the Combine was not about they're being selectively aggressive outside the building.
So I'm saying you're kind of right in a sense.
Inside the building, they weren't really going to be going crazy re-signing their people.
Update that board, Sean Mitchell.
Put on the top board. Put on the board. Yes. But one of the other rumors I said is when I heard that the Colts were seeking competition for Anthony Richardson, I heard that Daniel Jones was their target for the sense of competition for Anthony Richardson. Lo and behold, today, Daniel Jones signed by the Indianapolis Colts, a 1-year deal to provide exactly that.
Love it.
And I don't think, from basically what I am hearing, this is lip service. This is real. There will be a competition from the minute Daniel Jones puts pen to paper and shows up in the building. He has a real chance of taking this job.
Really?
For real. Anthony Richardson will be given 0 quarter just because of where he was drafted. And that would be, I guess, testament to the general manager who chose him and the owner who is, was hoping that he could be the future. And I know you can sit here and laugh. Well, Daniel Jones is going to mold this piece of clay into a franchise face that is dangerous and is going to win divisions and threaten the echelons. the higher echelons of the American Football Conference, the Chiefs, are going to be threatened by the Colts because Anthony Richardson suddenly becomes that guy because Daniel Jones has showed up in the building. Laugh all you want. That is the Colts' plan. And if it's not Anthony Richardson who threatens, maybe it's the guy who once upon a time created the whole mess in New York because of how well he played in one playoff game against the Minnesota Vikings. And by me saying that whole mess, the Giants giving him a $40 million a year contract, long-term, and franchise tagging Saquon, only to let Saquon walk because they weren't going to franchise tag him again and couldn't sign him long-term again because they weren't going to pay him the money that was required to do that, letting him walk to the Eagles, which happened, by the way, 1 year ago today. Happy Saquon signing day, Philadelphia. That turns 1 year old. And it's somewhat ironic, don't you think? Like rain on your wedding day. Full-on Alanis Morissette. That on the 1 year anniversary of Saquon signing with the Eagles, Daniel Jones signs with the Colts. And if he can be unlocked by Shane Steichen, like Shane has helped virtually every quarterback in his career, and for some reason Anthony Richardson and him aren't vibing, that's got to be clear by this signing. Because Jones isn't there to just back up and hold a clipboard and stand there with an earbud in his ear just because he's going to be Richardson Insurance. He's got, again, I think, real chance to win this gig. And he does have upside, people. I know it's low-hanging fruit, and it's an easy thing to do and bash Daniel Jones. And there's reason to bash him, man. I mean, I saw in Germany myself, calling a game, Giants and Panthers, and they call a flea flicker, and it's working. And Jones holds on to the ball, and he doesn't see wide open people. The trick play worked, and Jones screwed the play up. And I watched at the top of my line of vision on the Giants sideline, Brian Daboll hopping up and down. Literally, he left his feet. That did turn out to be Daniel Jones's last game as a Giant, even though the reason why they lost at the very end was a fumbled snap or fumbled handoff on Tyrone Tracy in overtime that the Giants got the ball first in. But that turned out to be Daniel Jones's last snap as a Giant. So there's lots of upside. There's lots of downside if you do figure out that you're going to mess with your kid's future and Anthony Richardson by having him sit. But if you feel like this is what he needs to do, and you do feel like he needs this sort of kick in the ass, that's what the Colts did today. And Daniel Jones has some good wide receivers, and you could also say it's his best combination of roster around him. And I understand that used to be Saquon behind him and next to him. Jonathan Taylor is not too damn bad, okay? And, you know, I understand the wide receivers that he had at his disposal, the Giants, but you take a look at the wide receivers that the Colts have in that wide receiver room, it stacks up, and maybe even better, with all due respect, than what he had with the Giants, and certainly the O-line. Like, he's got some real good people up front.
Yeah, I mean, Pittman, Alec Pierce out there, Josh Downs when he's healthy.
And don't forget Adonai Mitchell sitting there, too.
Yep.
I understand he didn't do very much last year, but, again, takes a while for some rookies to flash.
I fully expect Daniel Jones to win this job, right?
If there is a guy who was drafted as high as he was, And they're trying their best to just bring him along and give him the job and give him the role and see how he's growing in it. And they've grown tired of whatever they've seen to the point where they're like, let's bring in Daniel Jones for a real competition. I think he has a real good chance to win it because you've got a guy who's started a ton of games in the NFL. And don't forget, Shane Steichen used to see him twice a year. He's seen him. They know what they're getting. Their head's not in the sand.
Underrated runner with the football.
Correct.
You know, he's clocked one of the fastest times in the league a couple years ago.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. So I think he's got a real shot to win this gig. For sure. Who else got signed? Who else moved here? Okay. Kenny Pickett's now a Cleveland Brown. Dorian Thompson-Robinson is now going to be the guy taking a victory formation in Philadelphia when Jalen Hurts is blowing people out, I guess. Is that what they were looking at? And a fifth-round selection for Kenny Pickett, the once-upon-a-time starter. The Pittsburgh Steelers turned released hostage to back up in Philadelphia, to taking a victory formation in the Super Bowl for the Eagles, to week 1 starter of the Cleveland Browns. Because that's what they got. We had Mike Florio on yesterday saying, don't be surprised if Wentz shows up there.
Interesting.
Maybe he still does anyway. Maybe that'll be a sense of competition. Maybe Kenny Pickett finally has the pole position at a quarterback spot that he once had and then lost to Russ to the point where he's like, I want out of here. So now the Browns might roll Kenny Pickett into Pittsburgh. That's what we call kind of a delicious setup.
That would be great.
Between two teams that do not like each other and fan bases that despise one another.
That is an accurate
Although I'm
statement.
sure Steelers fans will say, we don't think about them too much.
I mean, they don't like them, but they're more so about the Ravens and the
I'm sure.
Bengals.
Well,
But
I mean, because they feel
they're
like that's the
close.
competition that actually, tests them.
Well, Cleveland and Pittsburgh is so close, too.
Understood.
So.
Oh, no. I'm well aware of this. Trust me.
You're an East Coast guy. You get
the
it.
looks on a lot of folks' faces in Ohio when they were sitting at the Hall of Fame jacket ceremony, and Joe Thomas chose Jerome Bettis to put the jacket on him. There were a lot of confused faces going, whoa, what? At any rate, Kenny Pickett
KP
is the choice of the Browns, it appears. Is that what caused Myles Garrett to say I want out? Or is Myles Garrett sitting there?
Back?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Myles Garrett has got a $40 million cushion. And, listen, stranger things have happened. Don't forget, Kevin Stefanski is a really good coach, 2-time coach of the year. And he can coach quarterbacks up. Jameis looked great in this offense. Joe Flacco won a comeback player of the year from the couch
for like 5
in this
games.
offense. So, laugh all you want. But Kenny Pickett's a former first overall pick.
First round pick.
I was
Yeah,
laughing at
first
that.
round pick.
Look, Rich,
And he's bringing those hamburger helper gloves to Cleveland.
Kenny Pickett won me this $20 bill from Chris Brockman.
That's it right there.
That I'm still holding on to.
Can we double down on this bet? Can I get the guy?
That's really been sitting there the whole time.
I don't know.
It's the same 20.
I need to win that back.
I mean, they could still take Cam Ward or Shador second overall, and
True.
And all of this changes, but they do have a former starter in this league starting for them. So Pickett going into Pittsburgh this year is in the ether as a Cleveland Brown. That is in the ether as we're sitting here the day before the new league year begins. You know what's also sitting in the ether the day before the new league year begins? Is that the New York Jets might open the gates at MetLife Stadium this fall or winter, depending on when this game is. And they might be welcoming in the Miami Dolphins with their starting quarterback, Zach Wilson.
Stop it.
Let's go.
Now, listen.
Stop it.
No.
Oh, no, I love this.
No. No. There's no stop it here.
I love this signing.
Because if you are the backup quarterback for the Miami Dolphins, with all due respect
I just did the
to the starting quarterback there, the clear starting quarterback there, their absolute starting quarterback there, but with all due respect to Tua, sometimes his best ability is not availability. And if you are going to be the backup quarterback in Miami, you best have your head on a swivel. And if I'm not mistaken, I saw some nice millions thrown Zach Williams' way in Miami. Is it a deal that could be worth up to $10 million? Did I see that? A one-year deal worth several $1 million that can be popped up to an 8-figure deal?
I think you're right about that. I'm
1 year, $6 million that can grow to 10.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And Zach Wilson in Mike McDaniel's offense is really fascinating. And I think hey, listen, with all due respect to all the other people that started in place of Tua, Zach's better. And he's down there in South Florida. You know, he knows the division. The division does know him. And Zach Wilson, if he does get the chance to start, and again, Tua sometimes gives his quarterback roommate a chance to start. It's amazing. We were talking just yesterday, right, about, hey, where is Zach?
Yeah, he's kind of been a forgotten guy from that draft class.
Not anymore. I'm telling you. And again, that's why I'm wondering what's up with Trey Lance. He's still there in Dallas, right? Because Dallas just doesn't move anybody.
The last time I looked.
That roster is frozen like Jack Nicholson at the end of The Shining. Just sitting out there in the cold, freezing.
I mean, we just brought Solomon Thomas in,
solid ice.
Like Walt Disney.
So,
what do
like
we do?
frozen in time. We're carbon dating it. Oh, there's Trey Lance, still there.
Han Solo.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a much better Han Solo reference. You know.
What, carbamite? Is that what it is? Frozen in carbamite?
Chris, with all the names we've been throwing out, have we mentioned C.J. Gardner-Johnson yet? I can't remember, but he got moved.
Okay.
Yeah, he got moved.
No, we're talking quarterbacks.
I know, but I'm
TJ,
trying to do the Brockman when I move on past something.
No.
I'm tired of hearing about the Cowboys, so I'm trying to.
No.
Settle down.
I'll let you know when it's time to change subjects. But I'll tell you, I'm happy for Zach. I'm happy for him, man. He's going to be in a quarterback room where he's going to be like after Sean Payton had him. Now Mike McDaniel's got him, and he's got a real chance to start. And I'm just saying this. If he does wind up starting, to the football gods who are snickering at the possibility right now, make sure it's in MetLife.
Yeah, let his first start be against the Jets.
Okay, in MetLife. Let's say it. You know they want to do it. You know they want to do it. You know they want to do it. You know the football gods right now have snapped open a beer, and you know whatever their choice of cigar is, they're like, oh, wait, really? Zach Wilson's a Dolphin? Watch out, Tua. I would look both ways before crossing the street the week you take on the Jets in New Jersey. Because the football gods are laughing their asses off right now, and they have just, for some reason, they just can't quit the Jets. They can't quit. The football gods can't quit the Jets.
What if it's one of the last weeks? What if it's week 18, and the Dolphins have already locked up a playoff spot?
It's not the same thing.
It's still the same thing.
That means unless the Jets need to. Well, the only way that would be happening for the football gods is that, you know, the Jets need to win that game in order to make the playoffs.
Right. Jets are 10-7, need a win. Right. Or 10-6, need a win or something.
Right. And if football gods really want to seal the fact that the Jets won't win that game, they'll put it in Miami where weird things always happen.
That's true.
To everybody.
Everyone.
So there you have it. That's my quarterback roundup conversation. When we come back, we will discuss what is going on with the 49ers. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Andrew Bogish is here with a sports update on the Infinity Sports Network.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Rich, your update is sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Listen up, not all beef jerky is the same. Old Trapper is better for you and higher in essential protein than chips, sugar-filled energy bars, or candy. So ask for Old Trapper by name because no other jerky compares. Old Trapper, what's your beef? The Minnesota Vikings are busy today, signing guard Will Fries and D tackles Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave, whom the Niners can't officially cut until tomorrow. But the Vikings also losing Daniel Jones to the Colts. He'll compete with Anthony Richardson through a reported one-year deal with a max value of $17.7 million. Minnesota expected to start J.J. McCarthy in the fall, so it should not be in the mix for Aaron Rodgers. He might still be choosing between the Steelers and Giants, Russell Wilson being linked to the Titans. The Eagles are trading veteran safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson to Houston, and those Niners releasing longtime fullback Kyle Juszczyk. And after Wofford and Troy punched their tickets to men's March Madness yesterday, 4 more invites go out today. St. Mary's and Gonzaga in the West Coast Conference, UNC Wilmington, Delaware in the CAA, plus the Horizon and NEC finals. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Hey, like us on Facebook. Our handle is INF Sportsnet. That's INF Sportsnet for our Facebook page. This is the Infinity Sports Network.
We crunch the numbers so you don't have to. This is WEEI, 8:50 a.m., Boston, an Odyssey station.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, get deals so right, it almost feels wrong. Now's the best time to get that Hyundai car or SUV you've always wanted. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty and 3 years or 36,000 miles of limited complimentary maintenance. Don't think you can get away with all that? Think again. But don't wait. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. So visit your local Hyundai dealer today. It's a great day for a new Hyundai.
St. Patty's Day's here, so come and see. Total Wine and More's the place to be. Whiskey Smooth or Guinness Tall, we've got the best, come grab it all. An Irish coffee, bold and sweet, or something new, a tasty treat. Not sure yet? Don't fret or fear, our friendly guides will bring good cheer. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A 6-letter word for an app where you can easily find and book an in-person or virtual appointment with the perfect doctor by searching specialty and insurance and reading real reviews from real patients.
It's ZocDoc, obviously.
Genius! How'd you know that?
How do you think I found an amazing therapist, dentist, and primary care doc?
Can't believe I didn't know this was an option sooner.
You've got options. Download the free ZocDoc app to book today.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Insight, info, and trends. And oh yeah, lots of fun along the way. This is WEEI 850 AM, Boston, an Odyssey station.
Never know, right? The Hyundai Getaway sales event is going on right now, so it's the perfect time to get that Hyundai car or SUV you've always wanted. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty in 3 years or 36,000 miles of limited complimentary maintenance. Don't think you can get away with all that? Well, think again, but do not wait. The Hyundai Getaway sales event is going on right now, so visit your local Hyundai dealer today. It's a great day for a new Hyundai. The San Francisco 49ers need to pay Brock Purdy. And what did I say? I said that they're going to get it done. Steve Young said it won't be easy. Did he call it potentially messy? I forget what word he used.
It was something like that, yeah.
But he just basically said it's going to get done. And I said between that moment and this one, between that moment and this one, any single time somebody gets cut or released or traded, it'll be placed on the altar of Brock Purdy wants his money. Whether that's true or not, that's going to be part and parcel of everything. And the entire time that Purdy was dealing and winning and surprising and shocking, the conversation was win it now, because when he gets paid, all the people that you're seeing surrounding him, they won't afford it. And now you've got to be wondering if that's the time we're hitting. Because Debo getting traded Combine weekend to the Commanders appeared to be the first crack in the dam that is broken in Santa Clara. You take a look at all the players that they've either traded or got signed away or they're expected to release by the time the new league year hits on Wednesday, are a lot of people that are familiar faces and bold-faced names on championship caliber teams for the 49ers. Kyle Juszczyk's run is over there, the perennial Pro Bowl fullback. Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga. By the way, Denver's defense is going to be
loaded.
Absolutely better than last year's stellar team. Travarius Ward is gone. Aaron Banks has been signed. They're expected to release 2 defensive tackles in Hargrave and Collins. And just wait for it. It's coming. It's coming. The conversation is the window closed for the 49ers. Has it been shut? I will just counsel everybody on that subject matter. You got to wait. You got to wait. You do have to wait. It is all part and parcel of a draft and the rest of free agency. Just wait. Right now, it looks freaky and it looks scary, and it's going to be a different way that the Niners go about winning football games. And it's going to be on the coach to turn whatever straw is left into gold, and there's still a lot of golden straw that's there. This is a ton of terrific players that are still there. But the other ones that were around, these terrific players, to make this one terrific Super Bowl team, they got to find those people in the draft or the next man up. We saw a lot of next men up do well for them last year. Don't forget, Robert Saleh's back there as the defensive coordinator. I'm just going to flash the yellow caution light on the windows closing in San Francisco conversation.
Navy Federal Credit Union can help you dominate debt with a 0% intro APR on credit card balance transfers for 12 months. And right now, you could get $250 when you spend $2,500 using a Cash Rewards or Cash Rewards Plus card. Visit NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. After the intro rate expires, variable APRs are 15.15% to 18% based on creditworthiness. Rates are subject to change. ATM fees for cash advances are up to $1 at non-Navy Federal ATMs.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
You have a special needs child or an older adult in your home. The risk of them leaving the house unnoticed is real and terrifying. But you can protect your loved ones with Vivint Home Security.
Alarm on.
Our child has autism. He doesn't usually elope, but one day he did, and it was the most terrifying moment of our lives.
If I didn't have a home security system, I would have realized way too late he's gone.
Right now, Vivint is offering a free doorbell camera with any new plan, plus free installation and low monthly monitoring plans. Smart locks, lights, cameras, and more make Vivint Home Security the smartest way to protect your family and prevent a tragedy. Vivint is the #1 smart home service provider in the U.S. Protection is just a phone call away. Call 800-953-6693. That's 800-953-6693. Monthly service agreement required for free installation.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
And just like that, gold prices hit yet another all-time highs. Investors, central banks, billionaires from all around the world are flocking to own physical gold and silver. And guess what? Your chance to get off the sidelines and join this bull market is right now. My name is Jeremy Blossom. I'm with Advantage Gold, the #1 customer-rated gold company in America, and we have a free gold investment guide to help you understand what's going on and, more importantly, how to own physical gold and silver. All you need to do is call us at 1-800-900-8000 today, and we'll rush you this guide. It's 1-800-900-8000. Get our free gold investment guide and learn why now is the right time to own physical gold and silver. And if you call now, you could also earn up to $1,000 in free silver. What are you waiting for? Get off the sidelines. Call 1-800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is The Bet, WEEI, 850 AM, Boston. Part of the Bet MGM Network. An Odyssey sports station and Boston's home for wagertainment. Always.
Trevor Story, a late scratch, the Red Sox and the Phillies. Joe Castiglione is alongside. We'll have the lineups and the first pitch from Fort Myers right after this in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
Just in time for your St. Patrick's Day celebrations, corned beef is on sale at Shaws and Star Market. Get Signature Select corned beef point cut for just $1.27 a pound when you use a digital coupon. Limit 2 while supplies last. Shaws and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
With all the money you can save on gas when you use the Club Citgo Rewards app, you're good to go. But good to go where? Good to go fly first class?
Hot towel?
Cool. Good to go to the opera? Good to sit ringside at a boxing match? Good to go salsa dancing? Tap dancing? Or polka dancing? Download Citgo's money-saving Club Citgo app today. The easiest way to save money on fuel. Now you're good to go.
Well, before, I had a big hole in the wall and I hung a curtain made from a woolly mammoth. What? Yeah, that's what the guy said who had the first window ever installed in his house. Back then, people had to think a glass window was a stinking miracle. But, of course, today, most people take a window for granted. Well, we don't. We're Right Window. We don't take them for granted, we take them serious. Like our triple pane, it's 3 perfect panes of glass separated by insulating argon gas with a low-E coating that keeps harmful UV rays out and allows a wave of sunlight into your home. Tight is how our guys put them in, and cold air stays out. I'm telling you, years ago, people would have called this window a miracle, and we still do. Just saying. If you're replacing your windows, call Right Window. We'll come to your house and work miracles.
Call Right Window right now.
800-649-3600. Quality windows installed for the right price. Right Window.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Philadelphia Phillies and Red Sox will go at it in 5 minutes or so. Let's check the starting lineups. For the Phillies, Bryson Scott leads off. He's playing at second base. Johan Rojas, who's sort of on the bubble with his club, he could be their starting center fielder. He will DH and bat second. Brandon Marsh in center field today, and he will hit in the third spot. Alex Bohm, he's got a couple of home runs already, 3 in fact, will bat in the cleanup spot and play at third base. Buddy Kennedy seeking a utility role will be in left field, hitting fifth. Rafael Marchand, the catcher, hoping to be their backup to Remuto, who's not here. And Marchand will hit sixth. Christian Arroyo, our old friend, who's always hurt, it seems, but the guy can swing a pretty good bat. He will play at first base. He's a non-roster free agent, and Christian Arroyo will bat seventh. Rodolfo Castro at shortstop hitting eighth, and Gabriel Rincones in right field batting ninth, with Mick Abel, #1 draft pick in 2020, on the hill for the Phillies. For the Red Sox, Jaron Duran leads off in left field. They have a representative lineup today. Alex Bregman will bat second, and he'll play at third base. Kristen Casas at first base, hitting in the third spot. Connor Wong batting fourth and catching. Masataka Yoshida is the designated hitter. Kristen Campbell will be at second base. Kristen is hitting in the sixth position. Marcelo Meyer at shortstop, batting seventh. Cedon Rafaela in center field hits eighth, and Trace Thompson, who has 6 home runs already this spring, will be in center field batting ninth, with Lucas Giolito making his first start, the big right-hander who's been with the White Sox. Angels missed all of last year, had the anchor put in the elbow, the half Tommy John surgery, but he's healthy, ready to go. Loves living in Boston and being with the Red Sox, and this is his first spring outing, so Giolito gets the ball for the Red Sox. Marvin Hudson is the home plate umpire. Brian O'Nora working at first base. John Tempane at second, and Clint Bondrek at third. Dave Dabrowski is here, the vice president, general manager of the Phillies, and he's got a very strong ball club that won 95 games last season. All ready for the play-by-play, and here's Will Fleming.
That is so great to be with you, Joe. Here is Lucas Giolito. His first pitch of the spring is a fastball that misses up and away for ball one. The internal brace procedure, Giolito, the L.A. kid, threw a no-hitter with the Chicago White Sox. The Red Sox brought him over a year ago on a 2-season deal. The big, tall right-hander, new shaggy beard, fires a strike on the outside corner. Looked a little bit like a cut fastball. And it is 1-1. Giolito, just beloved in the Red Sox clubhouse, making his spring debut. The big right-hander winds. The 1-1 pitch to Stott is an off-speed pitch that misses up and away. And it is 2-1. Giolito, Harvard Westlake grad, was in the rotation with Jack Flaherty and Max Fried, as so many baseball fans now know. Fried is now with the New York Yankees. The 2-1 pitch is a fastball that misses outside, 3-1. And, of course, Fried now in a much more important role for the Yankees, that Garrett Cole is going to get Tommy John surgery, a devastating blow to the New York Yankees. And, of course, a big break for the Red Sox in the American League East. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Stott, and it is a strike, little slider on the inside corner, and the count is full.
They'll also be without the Rookie of the Year, Luis Gil, for at least 2 months with an oblique strain.
Stanton continues to be injured. Grayson Rodriguez, one of the great Orioles young pitchers, he too will begin the year on the injured list. Here's the payoff pitch, and it is low. Giolito is really leaning on the off-speed stuff early, as can so often happen in spring training. You just really, for a guy like Giolito, who's been through so many wars, results don't matter as much. Clearly, Joe, I think early we can tell he's trying to work on the secondary pitches.
Of course, he hasn't pitched in a year in a competitive situation after the Tommy John surgery. Hurt it early in spring training last season.
There's Johan Rojas, right-handed hitter, the leadoff man aboard, and another ball. That slider missed way outside. Giolito, if he's thrown 6 pitches, 5 of them have been sliders, and he does not have command of that pitch yet. Christian Campbell and Marcelo Meyer, the double-play duo. Tristan Casas at first, holding Stott as a pitch is grounded past Bregman down the third base line. It'll go all the way to the corner. Duran to his right, digs it out, and held at third is Stott. And it's a double for Johan Rojas, and the Phillies right out of the gates have him at second and third. The Red Sox plan to have Trevor Story and Christian Campbell as the double play duo for the first time, Joe. And Trevor scratched about an hour ago with upper back tightness. They don't think it's a big deal, but they were excited to see Campbell and Story together on the dirt.
Well, let's hope Tristan's been okay, because he swung the bat so well.
And so hot. Here's Brandon Marsh, long-haired, left-handed hitter, as Giolito misses outside with a changeup. And it is 1-0. Lucas is 30 years old, former first-round pick of the Washington Nationals, then traded to the White Sox for Adam Eaton, as Joe told you. Nationals, White Sox, Angels, and a cup of coffee with the Cleveland Guardians. The 1-0 is way high. Fastball at 93, 2-0. And, Joe, this looks like a guy who has not pitched in more than a year.
Yeah, he's so far not very sharp, but he's anxious to go. We had him on the air here last week, and Very delightful guy.
He really is. His father, a big-time television producer. The 2-0 set from Lucas, and a foul on the third base side. Swing from Marsh out of play. It's 2-1.
Grandfather starred in Steinfeld, and his parents both actors, both in Hill Street Blues.
He did so much to be around the ball club last year. He's such an affable guy. 2 balls, 1 strike to Marsh. The pitch is low. The Phillies are the Phillies. Dave Dombrowski has built another monster. They got Harper. They got Schwarber. They got Trey Turner, JT Real Muto. They are loaded up, and their absolute strength is their starting rotation. That loaded NL East. 3-1. The pitch is outside, ball 4. So Giolito in his spring debut is in some real hot water. The bases are loaded with nobody out.
93 on that fastball down and away. Here's a guy you heard his name in trade rumors, but looks like he's going to be the Phil's third baseman for a long time.
And that is Alec Boehm, who really worked so hard on his defense. So many big hits in the postseason the last couple of years. Boehm, right-handed slugger, the bases loaded. The pitch is outside, another slider that missed, and it's 1-0.
There are some real juggernauts in the National League. With, of course, the Dodgers and the Phillies. The Braves are very strong. San Diego.
I think it's easy to say it's the better league right now. The 1-0 cut fastball from Giolito misses, and it's 2-0.
Red Sox have the bullpen going already.
Remember, in spring training, because of pitch count, they might lift Giolito here in the first and still be able to bring him out for the second. 2-0. At the belt, he throws, and a high liner into right field. Waiting for it is Trace Thompson. He makes the play. Everybody tags, and coming home to score is Stott, a sac fly. And the Phillies lead it 1-0. Giolito, when he's right, his fastball can be an elite pitch. He throws much harder than he is here today. 94, 95 a lot of times. So sac fly, runners at the corners with a run in, and here now is Buddy Kennedy. Not only is Trevor Story a late scratch for the Red Sox, but Rafi Devers and Brian Bayo both in the headlines today before the ball game. Rafi was scheduled to make his spring debut tomorrow, but he is announcing that he's going to push that back until Saturday. And I think everyone here in camp is trying to understand what's behind that decision. The pitch to Kennedy, right-handed hitter, is a strike on the outside corner. I mean, Rafi, by all accounts, is going to be the designated hitter in camp and probably in the regular season, so it's hard to figure why he wouldn't take regular spring at-bats. But that'll wait till Saturday. 0-1, the pitch is a high fly into center field. Cedon Rafaela back and now into his left. He's there to make the play. Tagging at third is Rojas. He'll come home. The throw is not in time. Foot first slide, another sac fly. And the Phillies lead it 2-0. So Rafi will wait until Saturday to make his spring debut, Joe. And the importance of Giolito to this rotation underscored even more today with the news that Brian Bayo will not be ready for opening day. He expects to join the club maybe a couple weeks into the regular season. So you can never have enough depth of starting pitching. And Giolito, part of that in 2025. 2 down, 2 runs in, a breaking ball to Rafael Marchand, and that pitch is a curveball that misses down and in. Ball 1.
Cody Clemens is here, Roger's son, fighting for a backup spot, a utility player.
1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. That was a good slider, maybe the best that Giolito has thrown, and it's 1-1. 2-0 Phillies in the first inning. So Bayo not ready for opening day, nor Cutter Crawford. A real opening for people like Richard Fitz and Quinn Priester. Make the club out of camp. The 1-1, swinging a chopper over the head of Casas, and a fair ball. It'll bound onto the wall. Thompson picks it up, and at the last minute, maybe the home plate umpire ruled that foul, and I think he should have. It looked like it was way wide of the chalk. The first base umpire initially ruled it fair, but that certainly looked like it was outside of the bag.
From our angle, it looked like it hit the line, but it went over the bag, foul.
Casas is at first, Campbell is at second, Meyer at short, and now Bregman at the third baseman gallops over into the shortstop hole. Thompson in right, Rafaela in center, and Duran in left. Long sets up behind the dish, waits for a 1-2, and he picks it out of the dirt with a backhand. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Joe, it sure seems like the Red Sox desperately want Christian Campbell to win the second base job. And it feels like now, until the finish line, Campbell almost every time the Red Sox take the field is going to be the second baseman. The 2-2 is outside, a changeup, and it's 3-2.
Well, they hope you can get the bat going. You had some issues making contact earlier in camp on fastballs, but they really believe in him, and he's been successful in his very brief professional career in the minor leagues.
Sox in the red tops above white pants. Runner goes 3-2. Strike 3 called. A changeup in there. And the inning is over. Well, Giolito labored early, but he did battle through. The Phillies put 2 up in the top of the first. Duran, Bregman, and Casas coming up from Fort Myers right after this in the bottom of the first in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Winter weather can be frightful, but Shaws and Star Market's pickup and delivery, delightful. To help with snow days and driving delays, Shaws and Star Market offer free curbside pickup or get delivery. That's right, just order ahead and Shaws and Star Market will have your groceries ready for you curbside, or they can deliver right to your door. These convenient pickup and delivery services are available year-round to help you when you need it most. Download the app now. Shaws and Star Market can save you time and money.
My name is Joanne. I'm 75 years old, and I have lost 35 pounds on Awaken 180 weight loss. I was pre-diabetic. I was ready to go on cholesterol medication. My blood pressure was up even on medication. Now I have no need for cholesterol medication. My blood sugar is fine, and I actually am cutting down on my blood pressure medicine. I have knee replacements and hip replacements, and I had difficulty walking, and now I can walk without any problem. I feel lighter. I feel more energetic. It is a lifestyle that will help you to lose weight without medication.
Thanks, Joanne. Andy Hart here. Stories like Joanne's are the reason I continue to share the Awaken 180 message. The results speak for themselves, and I'm confident you'll have the same success if you let them show you how. Do what Joanne did, what I did, and what over 24,000 others have done, and choose the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Come to Springer's Jewelers Service Week, where exceptional service and expert jewelry repair is now 15% off. But hurry, Springer's Jewelers Service Week is only through Saturday at Springer's Jewelers in Portsmouth. Get your jewelry fixed this week and save.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Jarren Duran to lead it off in the bottom of the first. A little bit of a slow start in camp for Duran. Nobody worried about that. 5 for his first 23. Left-handed hitter leading it off against Mick Abel, whose first pitch is a little bit inside. Ball 1. 96-mile-an-hour fastball from this 23-year-old right-hander who had a ERA in the high 6s when he reached AAA a year ago. He winds the 1-0 to Duran. Is a strike with a fastball. He's got a big arm, 95 miles an hour, and it's 1-1.
And he was a number 1 pick in 2020, but only 17 and 32 with an ERA approaching 5 in his minor league career.
Like so many pitchers these days, misses a lot of bats, almost 10 strikeouts per 9 innings a year ago. The 1-1 is another strike fastball.
96.
96, and it's 1-2. Joe, Jarren Duran just jumped off the page a year ago, and he is such a tone setter for this Red Sox lineup.
Yeah, we know about his offense, but I've never seen an outfielder improve so much from one season to the next. It was miraculous, really.
He looked overmatched in the outfield when he came up and then was elite a year ago. 1-2 is ripped foul on the third base side. It's such a good point, and I think Kyle Hudson is one of the great coaches in all of Major League Baseball, and I think the Red Sox get credit, so much credit for, augmenting their staff with people like Kyle Hudson. And now Jose Flores is coaching first base. He'll handle the infield defense. The 1-2 is a chopper toward first. To his right is the Philly first baseman Christian Arroyo. Flips to the covering catcher Abel. And there's one away.
Been in contact with one of our favorites, former Red Sox assistant hitting coach Luis Ortiz. And Luis is hooked on with the Cleveland Guardians as a special advisor. Good for him.
What a wonderful guy he is. Here's Alex Bregman, who has taken the world by storm. He is 9 for his first 20 with 2 homers and 8 driven in. 1 out, bases empty in the first. The pitch to Alex is fastball up and in for ball 1. He bought the rookies' suits this week. Did Bregman, Meyer, Anthony, Campbell. They all said they were thrilled. Marcelo said it's the first suit he's ever owned. 1-0. Here's the pitch, and it's high. You tell the story so well, Joe, of the time you met Xander Bogaerts in the parking garage, 5 a.m., about to fly out to San Francisco. And, of course, he got that treatment from Ortiz and others, the suit purchase.
First, he had to borrow a suit from a trainer.
2-0 is a little bit high. I'm sure it fit perfectly.
Yeah, that was when the Harvard Sleep Study said you play a Sunday night game at Fenway, stay overnight, and then fly to San Francisco to play the next night. How did that work?
Not so well. 3 balls and no strikes to Bregman. He certainly has the green light. The pitch is a strike on the inside corner.
But Xander was called up that morning, and it was somewhere about 5:30 in the morning, and he walks into the garage with the trainer's suit on that he had to borrow.
And walked right up to you and introduced himself. 3-1 to Bregman. The pitch is driven high into left field. Back on it is Kennedy. At the track, he is right in front of the wall. And he's there to make the play. More pull swings from Bregman. Just missed that one. They're 2 away. But, Joe, you've been around the block a time or two, and I just think it's such an important thing for this Red Sox club to have the culture established where rookies and veterans can work so well together, and Bregman clearly understands that.
There's no question about it. He's shown leadership skills right from day one with the Red Sox. Of course, they knew they were getting that when they signed him.
Here's Tristan Casas, who's 1 for 11 so far in camp. He can be a slow starter. The pitch is inside. Tristan is such a cerebral hitter, and he spends so much time in the offseason conjuring his thoughts and ideas about what the season should look like. 1-0 with 2 down in the first. Phillies lead by 2 as Casas takes a ball. It feels like at times, Joe, Tristan needs to be convinced to just go back to the basics and go to what works for him.
He is a tinkerer.
The ultimate. 2 balls and no strikes. See if he takes a big rip here. Abel, the right-hander, always out of that sort of modified stretch windup, throws the 2-0, and it is swung on and missed. He did let it loose there, Joe. 93 miles an hour, and it's 2-1.
He's made some loud outs to left center, which is a good sign because at Fenway, those balls probably hit the wall. Not so much today. That wind is blowing pretty much out toward right.
He, like so many of this Red Sox club, has been ravaged by a stomach bug. He missed more than a week of camp. 2 balls and 1 strike, trying to get the timing back, and he takes a little bit outside, 3-1. But the Red Sox, I think, would sign up for a stomach bug as opposed to all the things that are going on throughout baseball. There's so many huge injuries already, especially to pitchers. 2-1 to Casas. Is a strike right there, 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 2-2.
Well, it makes you wonder why pitchers don't get more rest in the offseason. Sure, they want to improve, but need rest.
2-2 is low, a breaking ball. Tristan thinks that's ball 4. I believe it's only 3-2. No, I guess that is ball 4. Casas knows the count, and he draws a 2-out walk, and he'll extend things for Connor Wong. Look, Joe, you talk to pitching coaches and everybody who works at Driveline, and they will insist that there's no correlation. In fact, the people who work harder get injured less. I just dismiss that. There's no denying max effort the whole season. To me, it has to contribute to more injuries. 2 down. Here's Connor, and he swings at the first pitch and fouls it off on the first base side for strike 1.
Well, of course, in modern medicine, they don't pitch through injuries as often as they did 30, 40 years ago. But I think there are more serious injuries, as all the Tommy Johns would indicate.
Connor 1 for 11. His one hit was a homer. Big blast. He's choked up on the bat a little bit. The 0-1 is swung on and fouled right back. It's 0-2. They want him to be stronger. He looks it. I mean, he looks totally different physically. He's talked openly about how it's hard for him to keep weight on throughout the season. 0-2 with Casas at first. 2-0 Phillies in the first. Tristan's got a big lead over there. The pitch is swung on and missed. He struck him out with a good curveball. Abel looks good. Red Sox go down. They strand Tristan. And after an inning, Phillies 2, Red Sox nothing. In the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey, Red Sox Nation, as a homeowner, there's plenty of things that'll distract you over 9 innings. Your roof shouldn't be one of them. Imagine replacing it once and never worrying about it again. That's the power of Interlock Metal Roofing, a trusted leader in the metal roof industry for over 25 years. With a lifetime warranty and expert consultants to help you design a beautiful, durable roof, it's a winning call. One roof, one call for life. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com or call 866-733-5811. NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Greg Hill here. What's better than 2 for 1? 3 for 1. Right now, Boston Standard is offering a plumbing inspection plus an AC and heating system tune-up for just $219. That's 3 services for the price of 1. Call today and save tomorrow with Boston Standard.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Adam Ottavino wearing 00 is on the mound for the Red Sox here as we go to the top of the second. Phillies put a couple up against Lucas Giolito, whose day is done. So just 1 inning and his return to the mound for the Red Sox. And here is old friend Adam Ottavino, making his 3rd appearance of the spring, and a sinking fastball misses outside to the right-handed hitting Christian Arroyo. It is 1-0. It's so great to see Christian in a big league uniform again. He sure has bounced around after being released by the Red Sox. The 1-0 pitch is a strike at the top of the zone. Joe, don't you think he's such a case study in how fickle this game can be? Because Arroyo has all the talent in the world, a first-round pick who just has had such a hard time staying healthy. The 1-1 from Ottavino is a curveball that misses outside, 2-1.
Including last year in the minor leagues, he played in fewer than 40 games with the injuries. Milwaukee system, I believe.
He's such a likable guy.
Remember the big grand slam he had against Houston?
2-1. A little bit outside, curveball, 3-1. Competitor, he can be clutch. And this game can pass you by in the blink of an eye. 1 minute, you're a young, can't-miss prospect. The next, you're trying to hold on to your career. 3-1 is outside, and Ottavino, leadoff walk issued to Arroyo. Well, these Red Sox pitchers today, Giolito and now Ottavino, clearly working on things. But that was heavy off-speed from Adam. And a 5-pitch walk. Here now comes Rodolfo Castro, the Phillies shortstop. You wonder how often Christian Arroyo must think to himself how different his life and career could have been. As a pitch to Castro is a sinker that misses outside for ball 1. It's just a razor's edge between superstardom and journeyman career of fighting for your baseball life. 1-0. Sort of double play depth for the Red Sox up the middle with Meyer and Campbell. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. It's 1-1.
Roy will be 30 in May, so time's moving on.
Isn't that hard to believe? He's been really open, has Christian, about some of his mental health struggles. 1-1, he leads and he goes. Ottavino paying no attention, and that is the easiest steal of Arroyo's life. And we remember that well from Ottavino. He does not check runners It's a steal for Arroyo. He's into scoring position. The pitch was inside, and it's 1-1 to Castro.
Last year, 37 games is all Arroyo was able to play in the Milwaukee system.
1 ball, 1 strike. The Red Sox not sharp on the mound here today. Pitch is a little bit outside, a curveball, and it's 2-1. So no Bayo, no Crawford to make the opening day roster for the Red Sox. That certainly opens the door. Red Sox need a lot of pitchers in the first month of the season. Not many off days, so you feel like Priester and especially Richard Fitz got a great chance. 2-1 is on the elbow of Castro. It hit him, and now the Phillies have 2 on with nobody out.
Oh, Tristan Casas have a yoga partner now that Ottavino's back?
They will certainly both take the shoes off and walk on the grass before the game. Earthing, they call that. Barefooted walking on the grass to sort of center yourself.
You know, like Giolito, Ottavino's dad's an actor.
And he's yet another member of this club that is just so likable and great to talk with. The pitch to the left-handed hitting Gabriel Rincones is a curveball that misses down and in. Ball 1.
Adam started Northeastern before his pro career. He didn't take my course, though. He could have had an easy A.
Most did. Here's a 1-0 swing and a miss at a sinking fastball. And it is a ball and a strike. 2-0 Phillies here in the top of the second inning. Feels like Rincones should play third base. I mean, Rincon in Spanish means corner. You got to play the hot corner with that name. But he's an outfielder. 1-1 pitch is a little bit high. Ottavino does not look up for it today, and it's 2-1. The amazing thing about the Red Sox thus far, the injuries, the delay for Crawford and Bayo notwithstanding, runners both go, they'll steal easily. Ottavino, look, it's spring training. You understand it. He's working on stuff, but he doesn't even look at the runners, and it's a track meet out there. They're at second and third with a 2-1 count. But by and large, Joe, I mean, it's been a very positive camp for the Red Sox. No major injuries. Bregman has been fantastic. 3-1 is down and in. Ball 4, and for the second straight inning, the Phillies will load the bases with nobody out.
Without a hit in this case.
But Crochet has been great. Walker Buehler has looked really good. The young kids, Campbell, Anthony, Meyer have been in there a lot. Real jolt in camp because of Alex Bregman. But it is worth saying that again today, the news around Rafi Devers is becoming a little bit more of a story that I think that people are talking about. The fact that Rafi continues to delay his spring debut and has been pretty vocal about his frustrations with his positional situation. I think it's definitely worth watching going forward.
We've been around Rafi. He's all smiles.
Totally, and when he's around Alex Bregman and the teammates on the field, he's in a great mood. It just is a head-scratcher that he's not in games. Bases loaded, nobody out. The pitch from Ottavino is a strike on the outside corner. The Red Sox bullpen will get going again here, just as it did in the first. 2-0 Philadelphia. Stott walked and scored in the first. The pitch is pop foul on the third base side. And is quickly 0-2. Yoshida will lead off the bottom of this second inning. He's the designated hitter. Still a long way away from being able to really throw and play the outfield is Yoshida. So interesting positional battles rage on for the Red Sox. Especially if Devers is the designated hitter, the 0-2. Ripped down the left field line and foul and out of play. And it stays 0-2 to Bryson Stott. Joe, you were talking about Christian Arroyo, and 30 years old. How hard he's struggled to stay alive in big league baseball. 0-2 to Stott. Pitch is in the dirt and to the backstop. It got past Connor Wong, and that'll score a run. Coming home to score is Christian, and it's 3-0 Phillies. It's a mess on the mound today for the Red Sox. It's one thing to struggle in spring games, and that happens this time of year, but these pitches from both Giolito and Ottavino have not been close. Now the infield will come in with runners at second and third, a run in, and still nobody out. Stott, who's become a real fan favorite in Philadelphia. 1-2 is outside from Ottavino, 2-2. As we said, it is Wheeler, it's Nola, it's Suarez. The Phillies rotation is as good as any in all of baseball. But they'll have to deal with Juan Soto and the Mets, Ronald Acuna and the Atlanta Braves. 2-2 is on the ground into left field, a base hit. That will score one run. And the knock for Stott, and it's 4-0 Philadelphia.
Yeah, I would agree with what you said a few minutes ago, that the National League certainly has more powerful clubs, at least in numbers, than the American League at this point.
And it's why the Red Sox have got to feel so good about the position they're in going into this season, not only in the AL East, which is weakened with injuries to the Yankees, but just the depth of talent and great teams. It should be really well set up for the Red Sox to get into the playoffs this year. Here's Johan Rojas, a sort of a hit-and-run play. Has a little nubber on the first base side, will bring a run home to score. Ottavino picked up the dribbler on the first base line, flipped to first for finally the first out in this second inning. It's 5-0 Phillies. The runner Stott from first took off with the pitch, and then a sort of a swinging bunt by Rojas gets the job done, scoring Rincones from third, and the Phillies have 5 up. Here now is Brandon Marsh. Long curly hair, longtime Angel, now Philly, as the runner goes again, and a pitch to the backstop. This is a sort of an eyesore outing for Adam Ottavino. Not doing himself any favors. That pitch to the backstop, it's 1-0 and a slider, and he is on an island on the mound is Ottavino.
The runner was going, so it will be a stolen base, but pitch was uncatchable.
"1-0 is a strike on the outside corner to Marsh, 1-1. Of course, Ottavino signed a minor league deal, invited to Major League camp. The Red Sox would love him to compete for a job. They are really deep in the bullpen, even though they do have some questions at the back end of the bullpen. Who will close? 1-1, the pitch. On the ground into right field, a base hit. The hits keep on coming for the Phillies, and they lead it 6-0. Knock for Marsh, and it's all Philadelphia. Ottavino sort of disgustedly flips the ball into the third base dugout. I think, Joe, that if there's anything to really worry about at this stage of spring training, other than Bayo and Crawford, although not huge concerns, particularly with Brian, is who's going to get the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th outs in a ball game this year. Is a pitch to Alec Boehm as a sinker for a strike, 0-1.
You wonder if it might be more than one guy. Pedro was telling me about Felipe Alou very definitely managing 3 would-be closers when Pedro was in Montreal.
One swing and a miss. Runner goes. Throw is not in time. They are running wild on Ottavino. That's the 5th steal of the inning. And it's 0-2 to Boehm. I think you would agree, Joe, that if you got a lot of closers, you don't have one, right?
Right. It used to be that you couldn't have 2 outstanding closers. We saw that with the Red Sox when they had Lee Smith and Jeff Reardon. There just weren't enough saves to go around.
0-2 is drilled into left field. This is going to get some green. It is off the middle of the wall, and it will score yet another run. It is liftoff against Ottavino. Boehm a double. Marsh scores, and it is 7-0 Phillies.
Boehm thought it was gone. He wasn't running very hard. Fenway would have been gone because this fall's 7 feet higher, and that'll do it for Ottavino.
Yeah, here comes Alex Cora out of the dugout, and the Red Sox mission for better on the mound today. It is spring training after all. Ottavino will depart. The Red Sox will go to the bullpen. Tell you who's coming out for Alex Cora after this. 7-0 Phillies. Still just the second inning on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Come visit CCL Homescape Showroom in Abington this year to experience our state-of-the-art kitchen showroom. At CCL Homescapes, our design team listens, understands your family's needs, and stays on the pulse of trends. We work with you to create a beautiful and efficient space that your family will enjoy for years to come. Our showroom is open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday and 8 a.m. to noon on Saturday. Go to cclco.com to learn more about how we can create the kitchen of your dreams. cclco.com.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires. So we buy Bridgestone tires for less and sell them for less. The guaranteed lowest price you'll find anywhere. Plus, we give you more free services for life than any other tire dealer. So when you're looking for Bridgestone tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Cooper Adams is the right-hander out of the bullpen. 24-year-old right-hander. Mount St. Mary's University. And he's trying to navigate the Red Sox through this second inning. It has been an eyesore of a ball game so far. Phillies leading at 7-0. Giolito and Ottavino a little erratic, and both hit pretty hard. You wonder what that means for Ottavino as he tries to work hard to make this roster. Adams is going to try to get the Red Sox into the dugout here in this top of the second. He is 24 years old and pitched in the Arizona Fall League in the offseason. Greenville last year, draft pick a year ago for the Red Sox. And here now is Buddy Kennedy. If Buddy Kennedy is not a baseball name, I don't know what is. 1 on, 1 out to pitch. Up and in.
He may be battling our good friend Cody Clemens for the final spot on the Philly roster, utility sort.
Roger was in Yankee camp a couple weeks ago. They really have brought him in to try to mentor a lot of the Yankee pitchers. People like Fried and Rodon, even though they're left-handed, have really taken to Roger. And nobody knows better than you, Joe, how much of a thinker Roger is. I mean, every time you're around him, you learn stuff. The 1-0 pitch is a cut fastball that misses high.
Rogers come on the air with us every time he's at Fenway or we see him in Houston, and he's a very good analyst.
One thing I love is how young pitchers these days still reach out to him, send him videos of bullpens. 2-0 to Kennedy. Not the Kenny Bunkport Kennedys, but he takes a cutter for a strike on the outside corner, 2-1. He watches video. He texts with current pitchers. A lot of them Astros these days.
Come to his house.
2 balls, 1 strike, the pitch. Drilled high and deep. It's way out of here if it's fair, and it is. Adios. A long homer for Kennedy. And that is a 2-run bomb. It's 9-0 Phillies. And not to be the bearer of bad news, as if it needed to get more dire today, Lucas Giolito was lifted after 1 inning with left hamstring tightness.
After all he's been through, the elbow, wow.
It is all Phillies here, 9-0. And here is Rafael Marchand, switch hitting catcher. Adams throws and a strike on the inside corner. I think, Joe, that is always something to be aware of when these guys come back from big arm injuries. When you tune it up for the first time, I think it's so possible to tweak other things because you've just not put it in 5th gear in a long time. The 0-1 slider misses outside to Marchand, and it's 1-1.
Well, you certainly hold your breath. I mean, 40% of the rotation, at least going into spring training, is not going to open the season. Giolito certainly figuring to be one of those 5.
1-1 is a check swing. Did he go around? Yes, he did on a slider, and it's 1-2.
You know, his case is one thing. Ottavino, though a non-roster player, trying to make the team. That's a very telling outing in that regard.
2 balls, 1 strike, 9-0 Phils. Fastball misses high. The Red Sox, we don't keep pitch counts as accurately here in spring training, but the Red Sox have just not thrown very many strikes at all here today. Behind in so many counts, 3-1 the pitch. Swing and a chopper foul. He was teed off there, but inside the first base line, it's 3-2. It really is a problem. No Bayo, no Crawford. Now Giolito, the hamstring tightness. It's still early enough in camp that he could get right and be ready. The 3-2 count after a changeup misses outside. Now full to Marchand. But I mean, it's now about Priester and Fitz and many others. Criswell even, depth in the rotation. 3-2 is a foul ball off the end of the bat.
Yeah, you'd hate to see the depth tested so early. You have to open the season that way, but it appears to be the case.
You just can never have too many pitchers. And you're right, Joe. The Red Sox are going to lean on all of them right out of the gates. And they head to Texas and Baltimore to begin things in 2 weeks' time. 3-2. High pop-up. On the third base side, foul. Wong and Bregman come over in front of the dugout, and Connor is there to make the play. 2 down. I thought that was more Bregman's ball than Wong, but I don't think Alex picked it up in the high sunny sky. Nice job by Wong, and they're 2 down. I mean, even more onus on Crochet and Buehler and Houck to begin this regular season. Of course, those are 3 great top-line starters for the Red Sox. Here is Christian Arroyo for the second time in this inning as he swings at a cut fastball from Adams, and it's 0-1. Christian Arroyo is one of my all-time favorites. He is such a likable conversationalist. The 0-1. Swing at a chopper, foul outside of third, and it's 0-2.
He has some broadcasting wishes for the future.
I think he could totally do it, don't you?
Yeah, he's certainly got the ability, the talent, good pipes, and very articulate.
Well, he was our best friend, too, in that if he'd get a big hit, a game winner, whatever, he'd come on with us, you'd ask him one question, and he'd go for 3 minutes. 9-0 Phillies, 0-2. The pitch is outside a slider. And it's a ball and 2 strikes.
Remember the grand slam against Houston right after our friend Billy Passari from Modern Pizza delivered into our booth.
Chaim Bloom was in the booth that day. They needed that swing big time. 1-2 is down and in. Billy set me and my nieces up in New Haven this offseason. Got us a table right away. We're sorry to say we cut the line in New Haven. We did order like 9 pizzas at Modern.
You and your twin nieces?
That's
just the
it.
3 of you?
Well, wife and kids were there too as a 2-2 is swung on and missed. He got him. We wanted to try them all, and by the way, they're all fantastic. Eggplant, clam, the classic. Modern Abits. Very, very good. Christian Arroyo can relate. He strikes out, and at last, the top of the second is over. 9-0 Phillies. Bottom 2 next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Just in time for your St. Patrick's Day celebrations, corned beef is on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Get Signature Select corned beef point cut for just $1.27 a pound when you use a digital coupon. Limit 2 while supplies last. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
Mass General Brigham Health Plan is integrated with one of the nation's leading health systems, offering health insurance with comprehensive benefits and a broad network of doctors and hospitals. With Mass General Brigham Health Plan, you'll find unique options for families, businesses, and retirees. You deserve coverage as advanced as your care. Call your broker or visit massgeneralbrighamhealthplan.org.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get 1 line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Boston Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Baseball is back and the team is stacked. Money was spent, players were at it, and from what we can see, everything looks perfect. Aha! But what about what we can't see? It's just like your drains and pipes. The ugly, nasty, sometimes stinky truth is often the one you don't see at first. Drains by James is your expert residential and commercial drain and pipelining service. We'll find it, clean it, and get it back to new. Available 24/7. Drains by James. We give a poop about your pipes.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Masataka Yoshida leads it off in the bottom of the second. He takes strike one from Mick Abel, who's had a long wait in the dugout. 0-1 to Masa, who drives one on a line into right field, and it sinks down for a base hit. Trapped out there by Gabriel Rincones. Masa is now 5 for 17. He's been swinging it here in camp in a leadoff hit in the bottom of the second.
Japanese TV is here to interview him today.
Saw Koji earlier in camp. He was around with Pedro and David Ortiz. Here is Christian Campbell. Yoshida at first. Where will Masa figure on the roster on opening day? Here is Campbell, right-handed hitter, who started to turn it around a little bit at the plate. He takes a strike. That was a borderline pitch, a fastball that looked a little bit away from him, but called a strike, and it's 0-1. 9-0 Phillies.
Hey. Old friend Kevin Gregg coming to visit us, former Red Sox media relations director, now in a similar position with his hometown Phillies.
A one swing and a foul. It is a herky-jerky swing for Christian Campbell. It is always so great to see Kevin. 4 for 26 for Christian. Kevin is one of the greats in all the business. He's got an outstanding ball club to work for this year. 0-2 to Campbell. Masa at first. Here's the pitch. And a fastball taken up and in. You know, Christian Campbell's got a little Juan Soto in him, the way that he takes pitches. He gets himself ready to hit, and then at the very last minute, either gets a swing off or lets it rip. Takes a pitch there. 1-2. Pitch. Campbell takes, with a little Soto shuffle, a curveball in the dirt, and it's 2-2. He is 4 for 26 as Christian with 11 strikeouts. Started camp 0 for his first 12, so he has heated up a little bit. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here it is. Christian on the ground up the middle into center field, a base hit. He's got it going, does Campbell, and the Red Sox have 2 on with nobody out. That is the skill set for Christian Campbell. It doesn't look linear at all times, but he finds a way to put barrel to ball. He ripped that one through the middle. And now here the Red Sox come with 2 on and nobody out for Marcelo Meyer. Marcelo's had a lot of looks here in spring training. 7 for 20 with a triple and a homer. He's driven in 6 runs. He's got a chance here. 2 on, nobody out. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He fooled him badly with a curveball there. Marcelo was geared up for fastball, and Bender fooled him. It's 0-1. Marcelo does always look the part. Syrupy bounces of the bat up and down on his left shoulder. 0-1. Here's the pitch, and that's a strike. I think crossed up a little bit there was Marcelo, thinking maybe that Abel would double up on off speed. That was a fastball right there, and it's 0-2. The chess match that is pitcher and hitter in this beautiful game. So now, what would Abel do? 0-2 to Marcelo. 2 on, nobody out. Here's the pitch. Fastball popped high into left center field. Kennedy and Marsh from left and center come together, and Kennedy dropped it. Yoshida had to hold between second and third. He races to third. Marcelo is aboard, and the bases are loaded thanks to the sunshine here in Florida with nobody out. I don't think either of the outfielders saw it to the last minute. That really is Marsh's ball, but Kennedy at the end sort of raced in, stabbed at it, and couldn't make the play. So here we go. Bases loaded for Cedon Rafaela. Cedon is 5 for 18, a homer and 4 driven in. New look, hand position, leg kick for the right-handed hitter. 0-2 with the bases loaded. The pitch, swing, and a foul. He got a cut fastball, did Cedon. And it is 0-1. Cedon was great in these spots a year ago. He was one of the Red Sox clutch hitters, good with runners in scoring position. Got a chance here. 0-1. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Fastball at the letters, 95 miles an hour, and it's 0-2. Still just 24 years old. 15 homers, 75 driven in a season ago. But he did strike out 151 times. Behind 0-2 here. They lead at every base. Here's the pitch. Swing and a drive, high and deep, into left field. It is back in. It is off the wall. Yoshida scores. Coming around third is Campbell. Meyer holds at third. It's a wall ball double for Cedon. 2-run score. That's out at Fenway, but they'll take 2. It is 9-2 in the second. Fell behind 0-2, and as he did so many times in his rookie year, a big swing with runners in scoring position that in the back bay would have cleared them all and brought Cedon home with a slam.
We may be here a while.
It's 2 o'clock, and we're in the bottom of the second inning. We've had 11 runs scored. There are no outs, and here's the home run king, Trace Thompson.
So great to see Kevin Gregg and wife Stephanie both with the Red Sox. But he left to go to his hometown team, the Phillies, as media relations director. And they recently welcomed a third son in their family, Jack Roosevelt Gregg.
What a great name that is.
They call him Jackie. Kids, the older brothers love it, Oliver and Samuel.
Jackie Gregg. All right, here's Trace Thompson, who's really been a revelation. He's got a great chance to sort of make the Red Sox, depending on what happens with Wilyer Abreu. Thompson with 6 home runs and 12 driven in. The pitch on the ground to the left side, backhanded by Bohm. It'll score Meyer. Crow hopping a throw to first in time to get Thompson. Throw to third is past the third baseman, Bohm. Sliding into third was Rafael. He'll come home on the throwing error by the first baseman Arroyo, and the Red Sox score a pair. It is 9-4. Sure has the feeling of a spring game, doesn't it, Joe?
All the way. It's 13 RBIs for Thompson, assuming he gets only 1 in that at bat. And it will be the case in E3. Letting Rafaela score.
So the Red Sox back in it. It's 9-4. Here's Jarren Duran, left-handed hitter. Hands low, right in front of his letters. The pitch is up and in. Fastball, and it's 1-0. Remarkable the transformation the Red Sox have gone through in terms of overhauling their roster, speed, athleticism, up and down. The 1-0 is down and in, a sinking fastball, 2-0. And this man, Jarren Duran, is the headliner. I think Alex Bregman has talked so much about that. He was drawn to the style, the hair-on-fire play of Duran. The 2-0 pitch, swing and a pop foul on the third base side. And it is 2-1. Jarren 5 for his first 25 here in camp. Bregman out on deck. 9-4 Phillies in the second. 2-1 pitch to Duran. Here it is. Swinging a high drive in a deep left center field. Back on it goes Marsh at the warning track with the shades on. He's there to make the play. Jarren is gone. 2 down. Duran's got a little Pete Rose in him. I mean, he plays the game all out at all times. It is surprising to me that baseball is at least reconsidering Pete and his status for the Hall of Fame.
Head commissioner met with Pete's daughter Fawn and his lawyer. I don't know why anything would change at this point. He has passed away, of course. That's the biggest change.
Mick Abel is done for the day. Rob Thompson to the mound. The Phillies will make a pitching change. We'll introduce you to their new hurler after this. 9-4, Phillies lead on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Baseball is back and the team is stacked. Money was spent, players were at it, and from what we can see, everything looks perfect. Aha! But what about what we can't see? It's just like your drains and pipes. The ugly, nasty, sometimes stinky truth is often the one you don't see at first. Drains by James is your expert residential and commercial drain and pipelining service. We'll find it, clean it, and get it back to new. Available 24/7. Drains by James. We give a poop about your pipes.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Nelson Alvarez is the Phillies pitcher. Before that, let's take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The Eagles play here. Catch BC football, basketball, baseball, and hockey on WEEI AM, Boston, an Odyssey station.
Alex Bregman with 2 down and the bases empty. The Red Sox have put 4 runs up to make it a game again. Bregman, his first time, flying out onto the warning track in left. 2 down, bases clear. The pitch from Alvarez is a slider that misses high. Ball 1. Austin Adams is up in the Red Sox bullpen. Mike Vrabel and the Patriots have been very busy. A furious spending spree yesterday in free agency. The 1-0 is a little bit high to Bregman, 2-0.
Now between the Bruins with all their trades and the Patriots signings, a lot of movement.
Just amazing fire sale for the Bees. And the Patriots just one big defensive signing after another. 2 out of Bregman is a strike on the inside corner. It's 2-1. And, of course, the Celtics shellacked the Lakers at the Garden the other night. That in some ways, could be a preview of the NBA Finals, and I think the Celtics would welcome that if it were. 2-1 is a strike at the top of the zone. Borderline pitch. It's 2-2.
Big game this week, though, with Oklahoma City.
They're the other real threat in the Western Conference. Brian Olive and the Celtics were great. Set me up with some wonderful seats at the Garden a few weeks ago. 2-2 to Bregman. And a swing and a miss. He struck him out with a curveball. And the Celtics are just poetry in motion. They are such a joy to watch play in the modern game. Inning over, the Red Sox do get 4. 9-4, Phillies lead after 2 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Mass Mutual is an official partner of the Red Sox. And as fans first, we know you're already zoning out. So here are 20 soothing seconds of Fenway sounds, because there's nothing like being at the ballpark. This meditation is brought to you by Mass Mutual, official partner of the Red Sox. Learn more at massmutual.com/Red Sox.
There's a lot to love about. There's a lot to love about you.
Don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Love all the trusted 2025 Subaru Forester has to offer, like symmetrical all-wheel drive. Buy with 3.9% financing for up to 48 months, or lease for just $319 per month for 36 months. Versatile, capable, and reliable, the 2025 Forester is equipped with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, the latest tech, and advanced Subaru safety features so you can adventure with confidence. Buy the 2025 Forester with 3.9% financing for up to 48 months, or lease for just $319 per month with $32.19 due at signing. With so much to love, you don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
There's a lot to love about you.
Celebrate St. Patrick's Day at the 99 Restaurant this Sunday and Monday. Enjoy the traditional corned beef and cabbage dinner, or try the corned beef Reuben with a Lucky Horseshoe Ale. You gotta love the nines.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Austin Adams is on the mound for the top of the third. He fires the first pitch fastball to Rodolfo Castro. It is 0-1, and for the play-by-play, what a thrill. Here's the Hall of Famer, Joe Castiglione.
Thank you very much, Will Fleming. Austin Adams relieving Cooper Adams. Ground foul around the batter's box. Cooper Adams came on, gave up a home run to the first man he faced.
How often do you and Beltray and Helton and all the Hall of Famers from your class just sort of have conference calls to reminisce?
Well, I did have a nice visit with Joe Mauer Saturday at Minnesota. And he is the epitome of Minnesota nice. What a great guy. Down here for a few days. He has a house here, but he can't stay too often because he's got 11-year-old twin daughters and a 6-year-old boy who are in school in the Twin Cities. That's low and away.
You know, there were so many delights for me, Joe, coming to Cooperstown to be a part of your amazing ceremony. And watching Joe in the days leading up to and the day of his induction, it was really a marvelous thing to see.
There's a call, strike over the outside corner. Down he goes, looking. He's the youngest living Hall of Famer. What a career he had. 3 batting titles for a catcher.
I just think it's so neat to see these people who in their pro lives are larger than life and they seem almost like demigods. To see the look on his face with his wife and his young kids, the awe that he felt going into that hall was really remarkable to see.
And surrounded by so many Twins greats like Tony Oliva, Jack Morris, Paul Molitor. Ball missing outside the Rincones. And he swings and hits a high drive to right field, deep, but Thompson has the room. Wind will knock it down a little bit. He makes the catch at the edge of the track. So 2 quick outs here for Austin Adams.
Well, you talk about Minnesota nice. Who's nicer than Paul Molitor?
Yeah, we had the chance to visit with him on the air on Saturday, which was a lot of fun. I'll do it for Adams, a brief outing.
Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe they want to give somebody a one-out situation. That is, you almost never see that, Joe, in spring training. A reliever comes on, throws 5 pitches, gets 2 outs, and is done.
And he looked a little surprised by that. So got 2 quick outs, but it's 9-4. Phillies on top. We have a pitching change as we come your way on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Come visit CCL Homescape Showroom in Abington this year to experience our state-of-the-art kitchen showroom. At CCL Homescapes, our design team listens, understands your family's needs, and stays on the pulse of trends. We work with you to create a beautiful and efficient space that your family will enjoy for years to come. Our showroom is open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday and 8 a.m. to noon on Saturday. Go to cclco.com to learn more about how we can create the kitchen of your dreams. cclco.com.
Baseball is back and the team is stacked. Money was spent, players were added, and from what we can see, everything looks perfect. Aha! But what about what we can't see? It's just like your drains and pipes. The ugly, nasty, sometimes stinky truth is often the one you don't see at first. Drains by James is your expert residential and commercial drain and pipelining service. We'll find it, clean it, and get it back to new. Available 24/7. Drains by James. We give a poop about your pipes.
It still was Cooper Adams who got the first 2 outs here. Now Austin Adams comes on. Austin Adams wears 55. Cooper Adams 56. So that's why the pitching change was made at this point. Austin Adams has been around a lot longer. Big league experience with the Nationals, San Diego, Arizona, and Oakland, an on-roster player.
No.
The Adams family going all the way. He'll be 34 years old in May, so been around the block. 7-7 in 4.10 ERA and 188 major league games, all but 2 as a reliever. And his first pitch is wide, ball 1.
You have a lot of favorite Twins. I know you love Kirby so much, but I think Molitor's on that list. You love a lot of their players, don't you?
Mauer, Tony Oliva.
Jack Morris,
who was so gracious at the Hall of Fame. So many great ones. And, of course, Torrey Hunter. I was glad to see Torrey get a couple of Hall of Fame votes.
Me too. And Petey, deservedly, he's going to stay on the ballot. He did well.
1-1 pitch. He is low and away.
Joe, was that the thing that struck you the most about Cooperstown was how welcoming everyone was?
Yes, especially the players. The Hall of Fame players. The ones I didn't know came right up, introduced, congratulated me, and They were so gracious, really. And just to be around waiting for the bus to go over to the ceremony and sitting at a table just listening to the Hall of Famers talk to one another. It was just fascinating. 2-2 is taken low. And
that Friday night when they had the cocktail party in the museum around all the plaques, that was one of the coolest things I've ever been a part of.
Yeah, after the parade, they go into the Hall of Fame. They stand under their plaques with a cocktail party and, of course, great hors d'oeuvres, and it's quite a show.
Well, it just, for me, Joe, just walking around every corner, everywhere you looked, were these immortal people you'd spent your whole life watching. I mean, it was sort of wild where you'd go down one hallway, and here's Molitor talking to Brett about hitting. Around the corner, here comes Rod Carew. And then you go, and there's Eddie Murray talking to Cal Ripken and Ozzie Smith. I mean, it was just incredible.
Rojas tries the bunt, fouls it back after Scott drew the walk.
Al Hernandez, who's with us here today, getting $100 an hour to be our statistician extraordinaire. It was so funny. The guy he wanted to see the most was Mariano Rivera. And in that party at the museum, it was really, Mariano was sort of elusive, hard to find him. But sure enough, later that night, the next morning, Al got a chance to talk to Mo, and they had a great chat.
That was at the dessert bar, right, at the hotel, Sunday night. Well, the fireworks are going on. Mariano was out there, taken low.
Well, what's a cooler place in the world than Hall of Fame weekend at the Otesaga?
This year we'll be back to the Hall of Fame, but at a different location. Because Tom Hamilton's the honoree this year.
Yeah.
We're so happy that the Cleveland Guardians longtime announcer won the award that we got last year, low and away. I've talked to him several times, and he's just so excited and
so
very emotional.
Yeah, and rightly so. I know you can relate to that, Joe. I don't know how you do this. All these ceremonies and retirements and Hall of Fames, you do such a good job holding it together. I couldn't, and I know Tom won't either.
There's ball low and inside. Well, in my case, I think it was more numbness. You know, you're
sure
you're in a zone, but you're a little numb, and it's just so wonderful. You never think that it's possible that could have happened.
Well, I'm just glad Jan picked your suits.
Inside corner call strike. She did. Big one for Saturday, where my speech was, and another one for Sunday, with the matching shirt and tie, of course. Probably the last time I wore a tie. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Runner will be going. The pitch to Johan Rojas, the speedster, is over the inside edge. Strike 3. Marvin Hudson rings him up. That retires the side. Phillies don't score for a change after 2.5, 9-4 fills on the Shaws in Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires. So we buy Bridgestone tires for less and sell them for less. The guaranteed lowest price you'll find anywhere. Plus, we give you more free services for life than any other tire dealer. So when you're looking for Bridgestone tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, Lou Maloney here. I'm right in the middle of spring training down here in Fort Myers, and man, I am putting my healed elbow to the test. Thanks to Ortho Laser New England, I was able to play catch with my kid, fully work out, and even play some golf. And through all that, zero pain. Before Ortho Laser, lifting a glass of water was a chore. Now I'm playing catch with my kid without a wince. I get it. Most of you don't need to toss BP, but you still walk, carry groceries, get out of bed. When with joint pain, it's always there. It doesn't have to be. Do what I did and choose Ortho Laser New England. Alleviate tendonitis pain, stabilize arthritic joints, all without needles or surgeries. The FDA-approved robotic laser can help your body heal the joint, sprains, strains, and even post-op recovery. If you have joint pain, reserve your free consultation at any of their Massachusetts or New Hampshire location. Visit ortholaserne.com. That's ortholaser with a Z-N-E.com.
The Chick-fil-A Community Hero Award Program is back this year, and they're upping the ante by honoring somebody every week for the entire baseball season. If there's someone in your town or your city who deserves recognition, nominate them at thegreghillfoundation.org/heroes.
Jones and Keith.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Michael Mercado, the new pitcher. We move here to the bottom of the third inning, 9-4. Phillies leading. Host your next team building or client event at America's most historic ballpark. Secure exclusive hospitality areas for the biggest games of the year. Visit redsox.com/groups and click group hospitality information to learn more. Tristan Casas walked his first time up. Mercado, another tall right-hander on the slim side, delivers in a ground ball, bounce to the second baseman. Scott flips to first, one down. Great to have longtime Cleveland Air personality Ted Lux visiting us in the booth today. Ted was my presenter for the Ohio Broadcasters Hall of Fame many years ago.
How many Halls of Fame are you in? God. When is enough?
Yeah, well.
Seriously.
Still waiting for a couple of others.
Driving Hall of Fame.
Connor Wong is up, struck out his first time up, call, strikeout. These Ohio broadcast plaques have gone everywhere. At one time, they were in the AA ballpark of the Akron Arrows, I think they're called now.
Yeah.
And now they're in the guy who runs it. They're in his basement somewhere.
Weren't they the Rubber Ducks at some point, Akron? Why would you ever change that name? What a great name that is.
In the Rubber City.
So the plaques are in a basement?
Somewhere. I don't think they have the event anymore. The 0-2 is taken high. Hey, we'll be going to the Mass Broadcasters Hall of Fame in June.
Didn't Dale Arnold just get inducted?
Dale Arnold and Dennis Eckersley. How about that? Isn't that great? So well deserved. What a great analyst he's been. 2-2, and it'll be a great luncheon coming up.
Hopefully he'll get his moss in shape before he has to give his speech.
Oh, I'm sure he will.
Throw some high cheese at the fans.
2-2 is off the catcher shin guard for a ball.
Maybe Wong can go bridge right here. Speaking of which, at the Hall of Fame, I had like a 2-hour conversation with Dennis. And every single time you talk to him, it is absolutely marvelous.
He's always been one of my wife Jan's favorites. Not because he's a matinee idol necessarily.
Well, that's part of it.
It is, but as their ball four missing away. But when Dennis is talking to you, he looks you right in the eye. There's nobody more important in the room.
That happened right away, too.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen with people of his stature very often. They're always looking around, seeing who else is in the room and who they could talk to. Dennis, the minute you meet him, he's invested in you and wants to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, and I've known him since he was 20 years old. There's a ground ball pull foul down the first base side.
Well, and think about the things he's been through in his life.
Yes.
A lot of
hardships.
Evolution, tragedy, loss, and he's overcome it. He's open. That's the other thing, right? He's an open book. He's so honest about everything. It's so refreshing.
Now, out there in San Francisco Bay Area with his daughter and her twins. Throw to first, runner dives back safely. There's was the starting pitcher in the first game I ever did, in the first Red Sox game I ever called.
By the way, what is a Rance Mullenix?
Runner goes from first, pitch is taken. Here's the throw. Connor Wong's going to be out. Strong throw. Ooh. Took the umpire a while to make the call. Tom Payne, I think he was waiting to see if the shortstop held the ball, Castro, but he did. That was a strong throw by Martian, the catcher, trying to win the backup job, which he had much of last year. 2-6 on the caught stealing. Yoshida single to right his first time up. And he swings and drives a deep foul down the right side out of play.
But after your ceremony, we went out onto the patio at the Oda Saga, which is just, it was a perfect day. It's 75 degrees. The sun is setting over the lake, this beautiful patio. Fires are roaring out by the edge of the lake.
There's a ball low, 3-2.
And there in one of those rocking chairs is Dave Dombrowski. And you and I both know it is 100% certain he's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
No question about it.
And I just couldn't help going up to him and saying, Dave, are you already rehearsing your speech right now for when you're here in 10 years?
I had a long chat with Dave today. 3-2 is fouled out of play, and of course he's very happy with the Phillies. And he told me his son Landon, who was around Fenway all the time, taking batting practice and being with the ball club, is now a pro scout with the Seattle Mariners and loves it. He loves it.
Maybe can convince their owners to get some hitters.
Yeah, fouled out of play. Said, oh, that's a novelty in today's baseball to have pro scouts.
No kidding. But
too
Dave
many
is
left.
like Ekjo in that he immediately, he is such a people person.
And his daughter's getting married New Year's Eve. Pitch is swung and hit high to left field. This is pretty deep. Let's see what the wind does. Going to knock it down. The left fielder circles in to make the catch in front of the track. Kennedy for the out that retires the side. After 3, 9-4 Phil's on the Shaw's in Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Justin's Day, so don't miss out on corned beef. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
Looking for new, highly durable, and low-maintenance windows? Look no further. Come visit CCL Homescape Showroom in Abington to see the Sierra Pacific H3 windows. With the Sierra Pacific H3 windows, you can choose from 50 exterior colors and 8 interior wood species. And each window is protected by low-maintenance, highly durable exterior cladding that will stand up to the harsh New England weather for years to come. CCL and Sierra Pacific windows. Nobody's ever built a window like this before. Go to cclco.com to learn more. cclco.com.
Hi, I'm James Pratt from Basement Technologies. Find out how fast and inexpensive it is to keep your basement dry for good. Don't let rain cause damage to your home. Call 1-800-BUSY-DOG or visit 1-800-BUSYDOG.com and keep your basement dry for good.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
9-4 Phil's fourth inning as Brendan Marsh gets set to face Austin Adams. And the first pitch is low. We had it reversed. They were the Akron Arrows, Double-A Cleveland Farm Club. Right now they are the Rubber Ducks.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you
be.
ever forfeit that name?
Here's a 1-0 pitch. Low, and I believe Akron is actually closer to Cleveland than Worcester is to the Red Sox.
Is that right?
It's only about 30 miles.
But that's Double-A, right?
I-77.
Isn't it Double-A?
Double-A. The Triple-A is in Columbus.
Yes, great ballpark, great city.
Yeah, and pitch missing away. And their A club is about 15 miles from downtown Cleveland in Eastlake.
It used to be in Kinston, Virginia, of all places.
Fastball in there for a strike to the left-hand batter.
By the way, a little update from the Red Sox clubhouse. Giolito felt the hamstring tightness on his first pitch.
Oh.
So maybe that's why he threw all that off-speed stuff and looked out of sorts.
3-1 pitch, and he tries to hold up. It was almost all the way around, a swinging strike, and it's 3-2.
He said he doesn't know if it will affect him going forward. We'll see.
Well, that's a shame. You know, you worked for over a year, come back from Tommy John, and then something else crops up. But I think you're right. You know, you don't use those muscles competitively.
You use all your muscles competitively all the time.
Outside ball four. I don't have many. At least they're small. Marsh takes a walk.
You're back on the bike, moving around, though, now.
Oh, yeah, it's great down here because everything's flat. And you don't have to ride with a lot of traffic. I was trying to ride the bike to the Twins Park the other day, but glad I didn't because the game went so long.
Unusual that Jan wouldn't veto that.
Well, that's part of the reason. Low and away, ball one to Bohm. who doubled his last time up, shot high off the wall, hit a sac fly. He's driven in 3 runs already, giving him 6 for the spring. Second walk issued by Austin Adams, and here's a swing inside out. Swing and a looper foul down the first base side that hits on the track.
By the way, it is worth revisiting one of your favorite topics, and that is that the Yankees are in real trouble. I mean, the injury to Cole changes the dynamic of their whole team, their whole offseason. They lose Soto. Stanton still hurt. Heel and Cole down. I mean, they're in a really bad spot right now.
You never have enough pitching. The old adage is so true. The pitch is taken low.
I still thought, I mean, look, we had the great event at Riverside with them and John and Susan and Dave Sims, and they were sort of adamant that they were a better team without Soto, which I sort of rejected out of hand. That's ludicrous to lose a player like him.
It is, but if Goldschmidt and Bellinger can do what they've done in the past, they probably are, because it's an extra outstanding bat and presence. 3-1, but
I just think they've done the same thing over and over again, and that is double down on unathletic older players. And in today's game, I'm just not sure that's the right way to go.
That one misses inside, and Bohm draws a walk. See a fan down there with a Phillies Victorino jersey.
Cue the
Shane
Bob
Victorino.
Marley.
Yeah. Every little thing going to be all right.
How great was it to have him?
Yeah, he was a
last
fun
year?
guy, and he really loves coming back to the Fenway Park. He had so many big hits and won a Gold Glove for the Red Sox in right field. It was amazing, and of course hit that a big double in a grand slam in the postseason in 13. 3 walks already. Austin Adams has walked 3 or 4 men. 8 walks in 3 innings plus in this game by Red Sox pitching.
Joe, I'll never forget what Shane told us. He said, I came to Boston and I realized, you know what I need to do? I need to talk to Dwight Evans, who's the best to ever play right field at Fenway Park.
Yeah, it was an interesting conversation, something I hadn't heard before. Carl Strike, I think Shane said, Evans told him line up even with a foul pole as you move out toward right and right center.
And he was fabulous out there in right field.
Great personality, Shane Victorino. The pitch is taken high.
I think it's a really interesting thing going forward, Joe, about how the Red Sox make the most of their outfield talent. Because Cedon is so good. But I do think you can make an argument that your best outfielder at Fenway, maybe at home, should play in right field.
Well, certainly it's the toughest right field in the game. That's a little bit low. Center field's not easy either because of all the eccentric angularities, as Marchiamati call them.
Yeah, John Updike, too.
But we have the greatest with us here Sunday, Jackie Bradley Jr.
He's still not retired, is he?
Well, he didn't file the papers.
But it's done, basically?
Yes. 3-1 pitch is in there for a strike. We talked to Jackson Houston Broadcasting. He said, I've got 4 children between the ages of 8 years and 7 months. He's out on the golf course right now with Al Bumbry because we visited with Beebe this morning.
Speaking of good outfielders.
Gold Gloves there in speed.
Ooh.
That misses low and away. Yet another walk. 9 walks by Red Sox pitchers with a hit batsman. And it's been ugly.
Well, maybe Jackie's next life will be the senior PGA Tour. By the time his kids get a little older.
Well, his daughter Emerson, who's one of the most precocious kids we've been around, she could sing Sweet Caroline when she was 2, is 8 years old, and she's playing competitive golf.
I believe it. Isn't that amazing she's 8?
Time does fly. Here's Marchand taking outside as Kennedy drew a walk. So it's Marsh at third, Bohm at second, Kennedy at first. Adams has walked 4 of the 5 men he's faced. That's not the way to win a spot on the roster.
No. This game, by the way, not going to Cooperstown.
The 1-0 is taken low.
Walks in spring training. Awful.
If I weren't retired, this game could drive you there. 9 walks and a hit batsman in 3 innings. So outside.
Well, one of the delights I imagine for you this spring, Joe, is that you're able to leave when you want.
Yeah, right.
If you weren't on the headset right now, you'd be in your car on Daniels right now.
It's a lot of fun. 3-0 pitch is way outside. Yet another walk. Is that going to do it? Yes, finally. Oh. Austin Adams may not be around much longer. Another run forced home, and it's 10-4 Phillies.
The radio score.
Yeah, but nobody's going to answer this one. That'll do it. We'll have another pitching change on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires. So we buy Bridgestone tires for less and sell them for less. The guaranteed lowest price you'll find anywhere. Plus, we give you more free services for life than any other tire dealer. So when you're looking for Bridgestone tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Well, Red Sox batters have walked, is it 9 or 10? It's a hit batsman. And 9 walks in 3 innings. 4 straight walks here. Boston Adams went 1/3 of an inning and walked 5 of the 6 men he faced. He did have a strikeout. So here's Adam Smith, a right-hander, to take over for the Red Sox. 14th round pick out of the San Diego system in 2021, was released at the end of 23. He pitched 3 years at North Carolina Wilmington after going to Westchester High School in Pennsylvania in the Philly area. Adam Smith last year at Greensville, 5-7 with a 5.83 ERA. Trying to get this inning over with, but there's nobody out here. Well, here's Christian Arroyo now. He walked and scored, stole second and third. They've had 5 steals to go with all these walks, and then he struck out to win that long second inning. A big swing and a miss, strike one. 10-4 Phillies. And the pitch is over the inside edge, a call strike. This is not the Adam Smith who was the Scottish economist and philosopher in the 1700s who promoted laissez-faire. There's a ground ball, bounce wide of third. Mayers, nice stop, throws on the move. Did he get him at third? Nope, the throw bounced and took Bregman off the bag, so that'll be an infield. They had a great stop by Marcelo Meyer that saved another run from scoring, but one does cross the plate. That makes it 11-4 Phillies. I knew that history major would come in handy sometime with Adam Smith. Out of the University of Glasgow. So here's a ground ball, left side, grabbed by Bregman, fires to second, out on to first, and there's 2 quick outs. Another run scores, but at this point they'll gladly take it as Castro grounds into a 5-4-3 double play. Bregman to Campbell on to Casas. Two down for Rincones, who's walked and flied to right. Adam Smith drills a strike over the outside edge.
So we've had Cooper Adams, Austin Adams, and now Adam Smith.
Great historical names. That one's outside. He came over the top with a breaking ball.
John Adams is one of the underrated figures in American history, I think.
Imagine riding a horse from Quincy, Mass. to Philadelphia. That's taken high. I mean, that took long time, weeks, I think.
I was so glad the wonderful biography of him was written 10 or so years ago. It shed light on his real important, it's just essential role in American history.
And his son, John Quincy Adams, was so great, too, an anti-slavery candidate who came back after his presidency to serve in Congress. Swing and a miss. I believe he died on the floor of Congress. He had a heart attack long after his presidency. Of course, the Adams home right there in Adams Street in Quincy. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 out with Rincon at the plate. And it's a 12-4 Phillies lead. Adam Smith deals in a line drive, caught by the second baseman. Campbell was ready to jump, but it was more of a flare, and he reached up and kept his feet on the ground to grab it to retire the side. But the Phillies come up with 3 more after 3.5, 9. It's 12-4 Phillies on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get 1 line on unlimited welcome for $45 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Boston Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Well, before, I had a big hole in the wall and I hung a curtain made from a woolly mammoth. What? Yeah, that's what the guy said who had the first window ever installed in his house. Back then, people had to think a glass window was a stinking miracle. But, of course, today, most people take a window for granted. Well, we don't. We're Right Window. We don't take them for granted, we take them serious. Like our triple pane, it's 3 perfect panes of glass separated by insulating argon gas with a low-E coating that keeps harmful UV rays out and allows a wave of sunlight into your home. Tight is how our guys put them in, and cold air stays out. I'm telling you, years ago, people would have called this window a miracle, and we still do. Just saying. If you're replacing your windows, call Right Window. We'll come to your house and work miracles.
Call Right Window right now.
800-649-3600. Quality windows installed for the right price. Right Window.
Greg Hill here. What's better than 2 for 1? 3 for 1. Right now, Boston Standard is offering a plumbing inspection plus an AC and heating system tune-up for just $219. That's 3 services for the price of 1. Call today and save tomorrow with Boston Standard.
Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Well, here we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's 12-4 Phillies and hard-throwing left-hander Jose Alvarado on the pitch. This guy used to be with Tampa Bay. A lot slimmer than he was last year. Fastball foul to the backstop, a swinging strike by Kristen Campbell.
And still not slim.
But he does throw hard. He was in the upper 90s when he was with the Rays.
Well, don't you remember, too, how Rob Thompson in the World Series a couple years ago was in such a bind with so few left-handers, and he had to go to them early in the games. And if it didn't work out, they were in a real tough spot.
Ball strike, 0-2. Yes, and Rob Thompson was extended. His contract was extended, and he's very well respected, former Yankee coach.
So was Dave Roberts, which I thought was so cool.
Taken a little bit low. Dodgers haven't officially announced it yet, but it looks like he's going to get 4 years.
And Dave's talking about it. He says that he has found real closure, that it's kind of a full circle moment for him.
Well, it's so happy for him. And, he's going to have to look at him as a Hall of Fame candidate down the road. Of course, he'll always be a hero in the Red Sox for this stolen base. Swing and a miss, and he falls down on home plate. That was a hard pitch in on the hands, and Campbell had a very awkward swing and then fell.
Did not get cheated, though. Wow.
Here's Marcelo Meyer, singled his first time up.
Joe, do you remember, because to me this is the Meyer-Anthony Campbell thing, it is a lot like, the Bogarts, Betts, Bradley era, where these young guys, you can kind of see them coming.
pretty much at the same time on the same path. Ball one missing inside.
What do you remember about that? When, like the first time, like in Fort Myers, when you saw Mookie and Xander and all those guys, could you tell then, or did it take a little while?
Well, I think you'd see right away with Mookie. Jackie came up earlier in 13, went back down and came up again. That one misses low, and it's 2-0.
Mookie's a shortstop now.
Everyday shortstop. Steiner's a second baseman. Gold Glove outfielder. It's asking a lot, but he seems to enjoy it, the pitch. And that misses low and inside. But wonderful news for Dave Roberts, who's, I believe, 52 now. And just a perfect gentleman. He always has been. Love it when we see him when the Red Sox play the Dodgers. He's last guy all the way. 3-0 pitch. Is a fastball pumped in for a strike at 99.
What a cool message he sent you for the Hall of Fame. That was really neat.
That was very nice, the video that he sent. Our friend Tim Neverett got him to record the video.
He got Mookie, too.
And Mookie. And Nomar out there. Bat misses away for a ball 4. Yet another walk. That is just the third walk the Red Sox have received. Phillies batters have received 9 walks and had 1 batter hit, and they've stolen 5 bases.
Dodgers are going to be at Fenway Park July 25th through 27th. So clear your calendar. You'll have to be there for that.
It's Hall of Fame weekend, swing and a miss.
So you're going. You won't be there.
I'm going to go see Tom Hamilton give his speech. And, of course, the inductions of Dick Allen. It'll be a big class. I believe there's 5. Dick Allen, the great Philly, long overdue, elected by the former players and the era committee. Raphael, a double high off the wall his last time up to drive in 2. He chases a high fastball.
When everyone in the ballpark knew that Dave Roberts was going to steal that base, Mariano's on the mound. Are you watching him more than the hitter in that moment?
Well, pretty much, yeah. You knew he was going to go. A couple throws over there, but every time you see the video, it gets closer and closer.
Was Joe West the umpire who called him safe?
He was. Joe West was a pivotal figure in that whole Yankee series. Swing and a miss at a changeup down and away. Rafaela fans. Yeah, Joe West had big calls, the safe call at second, and he was the guy that overturned A-Rod when he slapped the ball out of Bronson Arroyo's hands illegally.
Bellhorn too, right?
And Bellhorn's home run to left, because the left field umpire said it hit the fence. He clearly hit a fan in the chest in the stands and bounced back on the field that Joe West overruled, got it right. So Red Sox really are indebted to Joe West for making those calls, call strike it. Not every umpire would do that.
No.
Not every umpire would overturn another. This was before replay.
Well, he doesn't lack courage, Joe.
No, he doesn't. And he'll tell you all about it.
With a croon.
Yeah, that's right. He is a country singer. And the pitch bounces in, knocked down by the catcher, and down to second goes Meyer.
I mean, obviously, Joe, it's become like the stuff of fairy tale now, that moment, that steal, the Bill Miller hit, all of that. What do you remember about, like, the tension in that moment?
Well, the Red Sox were down 3-0. And I just remember thinking, hey, the Yankees aren't that great, and this team is better than getting swept in 4. So I think it was a do-or-die situation. What do you got to lose? Fouled out of play by Thompson, who grounded at third his first time up and knocked in a run in the process.
I think the players felt that way, too.
Maybe it made him a little bit looser.
So did Jack Daniels.
Thank you, Kevin Millar. Next night, of course, 14 innings. Poppy with a walk-off homer, then the walk-off bloop off Esteban Loaiza. Here's a 1-2, taken high.
Did the 14th inning homer get a can you believe it?
Oh, that was the bloop hit. The home run, let's see, was in the was it 10th or 11th? Off our good friend Paul Quantrill, one of the best guys the Red Sox have ever had. But Trupiano had that call. Jerry Trupiano had a great call.
Well, wasn't an epic at bat too? I mean, it just one foul ball after another.
And Quantrill threw almost every pitch was a fastball, so you knew it was coming. And he challenged. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Trace Thompson, who already has 6 homers, 13 RBIs this spring, and he takes a ball. Yet another walk. Red Sox have walked 4 times, and it's not a tight strike zone necessarily by Marvin Hudson, the home plate umpire.
Well, I think if you gave Alex a little truth serum, this has been an ugly game. He'd like to have a lot of it back, but this is kind of cool. I mean, I think he'd like Jaron to have an at-bat against a tough left-hander in this kind of a spot. It doesn't mean that much, but still.
He's at 99, Alvarado has in this inning. Phillies not positive will be their closer. They do have Romano, the former Tampa Bay or Toronto closer, call strike, but he's more of a setup guy.
Yeah, Hoffman is going. I just don't have a lot of faith in Romano. They think he can be the answer. I don't buy that.
Two on, 2 out, and the pitch is top foul in the ground of the backstop.
I always think that Jaron Duran is best when he thinks left field. I mean, his hands are quick enough to hit mistakes. He's got so much power to right and center field, but when he shoots balls to that left center field gap, especially against velocity like this.
Here's the 0-2, and a poke shot foul out of play and a breaking ball. Joe Braverman, our producer, points out that the Ortiz walk-off home run of Quantrill came in the 12th inning of Game 4 and the bloop single in the 14th inning of Game 5.
That's the amazing thing, isn't it? All that drama, it just went on and on and on.
Swing and a miss at a slider away to retire the side. So Red Sox get 2 walks, don't score, and after 4, it's 12-4. Phil's on the Shaws in Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Welcome to the Nissan Now sales event. Are you all right?
I wanted to get here before the best offers were gone.
You're just in time. Let me show you what we've got. There's the all-new Kicks. The sporty Sentra. Or our best-selling Rogue, a Consumer Guide Best Buy 11 years in a row. You must be exhausted.
I think I'm ready for my next adventure.
For the #1 shopping experience among non-luxury car buyers, according to J.D. Power, get to Nissan now. Now, get 2.9% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. For well-qualified buyers, 2.9% APR financing for 60 months on new 2025 Rogue and dealer stock. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $17.92 per month per $1,000 financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to residency restrictions and in-MAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 3/31/25.
With all the money you can save on gas when you use the Club Citgo Rewards app, you're good to go. But good to go where? Good to go fly first class?
Hot towel.
Cool. Good to go to the opera. Good to sit ringside at a boxing match. Good to go salsa dancing? Tap dancing? Or polka dancing? Download Citgo's money-saving Club Citgo app today. The easiest way to save money on fuel. Now you're good to go.
Come to Springer's Jewelers Service Week, where exceptional service and expert jewelry repair is now 15% off. But hurry, Springer's Jewelers Service Week is only through Saturday at Springer's Jewelers in Portsmouth. Get your jewelry fixed this week and save.
The Christian Arcan Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Adam Smith continues with his wealth of nations. First pitch strike on the outside corner to leadoff hitter Bryson Stott. And it is 0-1. It's the top of the 5th, 12-4 Phillies. It has been a spring special here today. Lots of walks, base runners galore, and here's a base knock into center field. A looping line drive. Bryson Stott is having himself a game. He's aboard to lead off this top of the 5th. Win big with the Red Sox Foundation 50-50 raffle. Buy tickets at redsox.com/50-50 through the 5th inning of today's game for the chance to win half the net jackpot. It's the official rules for full details. Here now, Johan Rojas. The pitch is ripped into left field. That's another base hit. Loud contact here in the 5th for the Phils. Doug Lane is running the board for us here in the booth. He is handing us all these promotional reads, and he's also left and right teaching me more and more magic tricks, which I appreciate.
Need quick hands. You were very good with that.
He's got a lot of sleight of hand. I just do these sort of rigged card tricks. We were...
They're good, though.
The parking lot here at JetBlue has gotten more and more congested after these games. Here is Brandon Marsh, left-handed hitter. He misses outside, does Smith. Pitch outside, 1-0. And so we stayed through the ball game, of course, and it was going to take us 30 minutes or so to get out of the parking lot. So we figured, what the heck? We'll just sit on Doug's hatch on his Jeep as the 1-0 pitch misses outside, 2-0. And Doug just got out the deck of cards and started teaching tricks. And
you're a quick learner.
Taught us a few. And I've just sort of like fallen in love with this notion of card tricks that are hard to figure out, even though somewhat easy to learn and pull off. The 2-0 is a chopper, should be 2. Campbell to second. Oh, he bobbles, throws to first in time to get Marsh. Well, that is not ideal for the Red Sox. They're hoping that Christian Campbell can be their everyday second baseman. He bobbled the transfer there, only gets the out at first. That was tailor-made. Instead, the Phillies have him at second and third with 1 down. And I think, Joe, for Campbell, that's the piece that's missing, that the Red Sox really want to see. It is that turning of the double play.
Right, exactly. And that's what they need from whoever plays second base. That's the first thing I think you have to look at.
They did not do it enough last year. Here's Alec Boehm, who takes a slider outside, ball 1. So anyway, we were on the Doug's Jeep in the parking lot, 5 o'clock, whatever. Cars, total gridlock in the parking lot getting out of JetBlue. And Doug taught me a couple tricks that were really, really fun. The 1-0 is a little bit outside a curveball, and it's 2-0. I've now taught my oldest son how to do some of them. He's dying to get in here and show Doug that he can pull them off.
Bailey's very much advanced.
2-0 is a strike on the outside corner. He loves the theatrics of it. One of the tricks, you make these 3 piles of 3 cards and spell out any card you can pick, and it works out perfectly so you can find the magic card in the deck. The 2-1 pitch is way outside. So now Bailey, my oldest, is like going to school. He's got a deck of cards in his back pocket, and he's pulling card tricks for his teachers, which is really, really fun.
He'll be here tomorrow?
Thursday he arrives. 3 balls and 1 strike. Second and third, the Phillies lead. They lead 12-4. Strike on the inside corner from Smith, and it's 3-2. Here's something so cool about pulling off a card trick that catches people off guard. I think I'm going to bring it into the Red Sox clubhouse, too. A little glass breaker. The 3-2 is strike 3 called on the inside corner. And there are 2 away. It's sort of a bottomless pit, too. Once you get the taste of it and you pull off a couple of these things, you just want to learn more and get harder tricks and harder tricks. Doug's given me a sort of like a different trick deck of cards that are cut differently that make it easier to pull off sleight of hand. I'm very much looking forward to that. 2 down, second and third. Smith throws. Pitch misses down and away for ball 1.
So the tricks are rigged then?
Well, I mean, a magician never reveals his secrets, Joe. 1-0, 2 down. Here's the pitch. Way outside with a sinker. And that is ball 2.
Speaking of magic, we talked to Joseph Michael Morgan Magic fame.
How is Joe?
Very good. He's 94. Very excited about his BC hockey team, ranked number 1. He was an All-American there.
2-0. Strike on the inside corner. One of the most entertaining human beings I've ever been around in my life, Joseph Michael Morgan.
There's no one like him. He is unique.
Could emulate some people, pack up our tent. 2-1. A pitch inside. Of course, my son, the aforementioned magician, goes to a school run by Quakers, and that is one of my all-time favorites. Yeah. Forget these, said the Quaker. The 3-1 is outside for ball 4.
Or something to that effect.
So the walks keep coming. The bases are loaded with 2 down. It's 12-4 Phillies. This is a game that Andrew Bailey and Alex Cora would like to see disappear into a deck of magic cards. It's just a totally forgettable effort on the mound. As Marchand, the switch-hitting catcher with the bases loaded. Pitch way high. And that's ball 1. We need to go to Luciano's with Mr. Morgan.
Oh, He's a celebrity there. Well, he is most places he goes. He's following this club as well as he does every year.
1-0 pitch is a line drive caught at first by Tristan Casas. He forgot how many outs there were. Then again, he always does that with their final out of the inning. He pivots and throws to Marcelo, who was not ready for that. One more little Joseph Morgan anecdote. When we return for the bottom of the fifth, 12-4 Phils in Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
For decades, Boston sports fans have celebrated legendary heroes of the game. And for decades, Boston drivers have come to expect nothing less than legendary customer service from Herb Chambers. That's because the Herb Chambers team is dedicated to offering excellence every time we step up to the plate.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
March might be a lucky month for you. Try your luck by checking if there's any extra money waiting for you at findmassmoney.gov. Hey everybody, it's Fitzy. Now you could have unclaimed money from a forgotten savings account, uncash payroll check, or a refund check that never got to you. It's estimated that 1 out of every 10 people have unclaimed property. My name was on the list. Yours could be too. Just go to findmassmoney.gov today. It only takes 30 seconds to search your name. If you file a claim, make sure you fill out the paperwork so you could become reunited with your lost funds.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Alex Bregman to lead it off in the bottom of the fifth. 12-4 Phillies. Jordan Romano, the longtime Blue Jay reliever, is on. To be the Phillies closer. Facing Bregman. The pitch is a strike on the inside corner. Cal Stevenson is the new Philly center fielder. Every time I think of Joe Morgan, I laugh and smile. One of the funniest people you've ever been around. Here's a chopper toward the left side. The Philly shortstop is there to backhand and make the play. Castro throws to first, and Bregman is gone. He's just got so many unique sayings, some of which became drawings on his refrigerator, crafted by Joe's children.
A language all his own.
Oh, man.
Imagine he and Eckersley together.
Oh. You could create your own dictionary on their language alone. One down, here's Casas. Really silly to me. Forever, everyone in Toronto called this guy Jordan Romano. They insisted that's how he wanted it said. And then, of course, they recorded the player pronunciations, and Jordan says, Jordan Romano.
Yeah, just like my grandkids, Tila and Jojo Romano.
How is Jojo?
Jojo's doing well. Hockey season is over.
One is a breaking ball in the dirt.
Still indoor baseball with the weather, but he'll be out there soon.
You and I played golf many times with Joe Morgan, and one of them a couple of years ago is a Red Sox minor league pitcher who was rehabbing from an arm injury and talking about all his stops along the way and progress. Of course, Joe grilled him on whether or not he had a good changeup, as he does every pitcher. 1-1. It is outside, taken by Casas, 2-1.
You got a change-up, kid? And he hemmed and hawed. He said, well, go get one.
He's so right about that.
Joe loved the change-up because he said he couldn't hit it.
So this young man was telling Joe Morgan about all the stops he'd been on. 2-1 is down and in. And inevitably, someone with a baseball life like Joe Morgan, he's been everywhere. He's seen everything. He's been in every town. And this young man mentioned a couple cities he'd been in, and Joe said, oh, yeah, I was called up twice from there to the big leagues. Of course, once I got there, I didn't do Haas bleep.
Yeah, right. So we went back down.
Louisville, Syracuse, he just was all over.
Jacksonville, Atlanta.
3 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. That is a strike, borderline. I think Tristan in a real game would have challenged that. But instead, it's good. It's a full count. He gets a chance to swing the bat here. 12-4 Phillies in the 5th inning. It's 3 o'clock, and it's the 5th inning of a spring game. We're having fun. The pitch is a little comebacker to Romano. Gloves, throws in time. You say Romano, I say Romano. 2 down, and I'll bring up Connor Wong. You know, Joe, I this is one thing that I don't know whether I'm howling into the void, hoping for something that's impossible. But personalities like Joe Morgan, like Jim Leland, like Tony La Russa, like Earl Weaver, like so many in our game, it's becoming sort of an extinct breed as the game gets more mechanized, more analytically driven. The pitch to Connor Wong is a strike on the outside corner.
I think you're right. So you really look for the colorful personalities.
I put Ron Washington in that category for sure. Love talking to him. 0-1 is a strike right down the middle, 0-2.
Every time I say Ron Washington, I say Luis Ponte, and he lights up because a 13-inning game at Fenway, Ponte came on to pitch. Ron Washington was with the Twins. It went into the screen to win it.
0-2 to Wong. Pitch is strike 3. Isn't Louis Apani the guy who his wife wouldn't let back in the house in the baseball's longest game in Pawtucket?
She didn't think he was at the ballpark. I don't know where he was.
Turning into Easter Sunday at 3 a.m. I'm home from the ball game. We go to the 6th inning. It feels like it's just about Easter Sunday the way this one's going. 12-4 Phillies in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Breaking news, in Dorchester, Paul and Judy purchased whole life insurance policies thanks to their Mass Mutual financial professional.
Wow, what a play, Tom. Can't beat those living benefits.
And in Melrose, Kelly applied for disability income insurance.
Now that's planning for the future.
Insurance, planning, investments. We're here for life's major plays, on or off the field. Mass Mutual, official partner of the Red Sox. Learn more at massmutual.com/Red Sox. Securities and advisory services offered through MML Investor Services, LLC. Member SIPC and a Mass Mutual subsidiary.
Hey guys, it's Greg for East Coast Metal Roofing. If you've been thinking about a new roof, don't wait any longer. Proposed tariffs on aluminum could increase the cost of a new metal roof by up to 25% beginning March 12th. Right now, you can save 10% and get 0% financing during the Spring into Savings event at East Coast Metal Roofing. Just mention my name and WEEI when you visit eastcoastmetalroofing.com, but you ought to do it before March 12th when the tariffs kick in. East Coast Metal Roofing, the official roofing partner of the Boston Celtics.
Celebrate St. Patrick's Day at the 99 restaurant this Sunday and Monday. Enjoy the traditional corned beef and cabbage dinner, or try the corned beef Reuben with a Lucky Horseshoe Ale. You gotta love the nines.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Practically a whole new team with the Red Sox out there. On the mound, Luis Guerrero, the hard-throwing right-hander who's from the Dominican but grew up in Boston. And here's Arroyo hitting the first pitch high to right field down the line. Long run toward the corner and fades foul into the stands and out of play. Romy Gonzalez is now at third base. David Hamilton goes to short. Abraham Toro to first. Nick Sogard is in left.
Von Grissom at second base.
And Nate Eaton is in center. Ref Snyder's in right.
Nate Eaton's had a really good camp, Joe.
He's had a couple of home runs. Made some good plays in the outfield. Has a very strong arm. That one misses inside to the right-hand batter. Old friend Christian Arroyo. Here's the pitch from Guerrero, and a slider is low. Guerrero certainly in the picture to possibly make the club. Impressed last year when he came up from the minor leagues. The pitch home. Fastball riding up and in.
I think he's going to be on the team, Joe. And here's why. I mean, first of all, he had success at the major league level. He's got a big arm, but you know this as well as I do. Don't you think, as great a baseball mind as he is, as much as he tries to be coy, don't you think you can sort of tell when Alex Cora loves a pitcher or a player?
Oh, yeah. Swinging strike.
I think this guy falls into that category. Not that it's only his decision, but I think he's one of those guys that Alex really trusts.
3-2. These outings become more important for a guy like this as we move along deep into spring training, and he leaves ball 4 wide. So Arroyo gets the walk.
It's contagious today, isn't it?
Oh. Let's see, that is that the 11th walk? 2, 4. Yeah, I believe so. Adam Smith had the laissez-faire going. He didn't allow a run, which is really something remarkable today. Castro, the batter, the shortstop, takes a strike.
Yeah, 11 walks.
Adam Smith went an inning and a third.
Who are you going to frame that scorecard for and give it to him?
If the walking man was still around, our good friend Eddie Yost, low and away. Eddie was a third base coach for the Red Sox when I first came to Boston. What a great guy. Passed away a few years ago, but outstanding player with the Washington Senators in Detroit. Never played a day in the minors. 1-1 is outside. They signed him out of NYU, the Senators did, and then after World War II, you got your job back automatically. And he stayed in the big leagues. Then Washington was tough. It was like 406 feet to left field, low and inside at Griffith Stadium, so he walked a lot, but had a lot of long drives that were caught. Then he went to Detroit, and they started going over the fence. Wonderful guy, Eddie Yost, great infield instructor. Ralph Hawk was the manager, and Don Zimmer before that. Swing and a miss at an inside breaking ball.
The major, Ralph Houck, and then the man who wore an Army helmet after Pedro, and he got into a little tiff.
Don Zimmer. I was reading Bob Ryan's book, and I always thought it was a plate in Zimmer's head after he got beamed, but it was cork.
Wow, really?
Yeah, just like some guys that cheat put it in their bats. He was in a coma for 2 weeks after getting beamed. The pitch. Breaking ball in there, strike 3. That was a good inside slider. So Guerrero gets the strikeout for the first out, and here is Wincones, who's walked, fly to right, and line to second.
Speaking of the Senators, I decided about a week ago to pick up, once again, Lee Montville's awesome Ted Williams biography.
Taking high ball 1. He did a wonderful job, as he did on the Babe as well.
Just an incredible tale. Ted.
Here's the 1-0, and it's low. He pretty much did it all on his own. He didn't have many parental guidance.
I think in some ways that explains a lot of his personality later in life.
Yeah. I would think so. There's a call strike.
That's one of my favorite things about the way that Lee tells that story, is that he does get inside Ted's head a little bit. You know, the way that he so outspoken, so loud, booming voice in every restaurant he ever went in. He had no real awareness of what was going on around him.
Pitch is low and away.
And a part of that was, Joe, he never had to, right? I mean, he was larger than life from the time he was 18 years old, and just never had to kind of conform to any sort of societal norm.
And the pitch is grounded foul. Remember, Jan and my boys, just before Katie was born, they were in Sears at the old Winter Haven Mall. John Henry was in there with his dad trying on jeans.
Really?
It was very loud. Very, very loud. John Henry Williams. He passed away at a young age. The pitch, low and away. Trying to make himself a ball player. Hey, what do you know? Another walk. It's 12 walks. Here's Cody Clemens. Hey, Roger's son coming to the plate. He had some big hits for the Phils last year. He said this is the third year he's sort of been on the bubble. Will he make the club or go back to AAA at Lehigh Valley, the Iron Pigs. He and his dad exchanged lineup cards when the Phillies played the Yankees last week when Roger was in camp as a guest instructor. Cody, a left-hand batter. Had a little power, too. The pitch, check swing. Did he go? No, says the third base umpire.
I love the story of how Ted came to his first camp in 1938, having been signed out of the PCL from the San Diego then Padres in the PCL. And he did not make the team right away. Joe Cronin thought he was sort of defiant.
Ground ball, right center field. Base hit, Cody Clemens. And here comes a run to score. Throw to third is late. Knocked down by the third baseman there, and no further advance, but that'll make it 13-4. So
you're not supposed to sound that excited when the opponent gets hits.
Well, his dad's been so great to me.
He has.
Peyton Henry is pinch hitting. Or is it Henry Peyton? Peyton Henry. He's batting for Rojas. So Cody Clemens with the RBI single. Right-hand batter takes it low.
But Ted, I guess there was a spring game on the road. I can't remember whether they might have been in Sarasota at that time, maybe Winter Haven. I'm not sure where the Red Sox trained in 1938. But Ted,
Sarasota,
invited
right.
to his first, big league spring training. Joe Cronin was the manager at the time.
Pitch home from Guerrero, check swing and a slider, and he went around.
And like every ball club at that time, and forever after, they would post the travel list on the wall in the clubhouse of who was set to make the trip. I think they were going to Lakeland that day.
Here's a 1-1 inside.
And Ted had not checked that list. He didn't know that he was going, so he showed up. The bus was about to roll out, and Joe said, "What are you doing? I mean, you're on the travel list. Why are you not on the bus right now?" And Ted looked at Joe Cronin at 18 years old and said, "Anybody who wants me to be somewhere better look me in the eye and tell me."
Really? I'm not surprised. Call strike.
So literally that afternoon, Ted was cut and sent to the AAA team in Minneapolis, where, of course, he set the world on fire.
The Minneapolis Millers. 2-2. Is it high to left field? Not all that deep. And this could get a run home. Here's the catch. A runner tags at third, and the throw is cut off by the third baseman. Not much on it. So that makes it 14-4. Left fielder Sogard.
So Johnny Orlando, the longtime sort of famous clubhouse manager for the Red Sox in those years, went up to Ted, who was sort of despondent, couldn't understand why he was being sent away. Said, "Ted, you're going to be back here soon. You've got it. I know you're going to spend a lot of time in the big leagues." He took a $5 bill out of his pocket and handed it to Ted and said, "Pay me back when you return. I know it won't be long."
Cal Stevenson, a left-hand batter, takes the ball.
And according to Lee Montville, this is something that really stuck with Ted. I mean, it was many things, but loyal was one of them. The people that took care of Ted, he really sort of revered and returned the favor over and over again.
I believe it was Johnny Orlando that he walked around Philadelphia with the night before he finished the 41 season and had the 6 hits to finish at 406, call strike. And Johnny's younger brother, Vince Orlando, became the Red Sox clubhouse leader for a long time.
I think he was on the visiting side when Johnny was in the Red Sox clubhouse.
He would have been, right. Vince Orlando and Don. Knocked 3 times. That was Tony. Changeup was in there. Pitch coming to Cal Stevenson. And he swings and misses at a slider away. 2-2. We didn't do well in music trivia this year.
Why
we
not?
won 3 years in a row. Well, we didn't get the big bonus question. They subtract points if you lose it. Here's the pitch, and it's low.
What was the bonus question?
What TV show theme became number 1 in 1963?
1963.
Yeah, I was going to say Hawaii 5-0, which I think is the greatest TV theme ever.
I'm going to take a guess in just a minute.
Outside, ball 4. There's another walk setting you up.
Did it have something to do with the Clampets?
It did. That's right. The Beverly Hillbillies. That was number one on the country charts anyway in '63. And Burt Blyleven was on our team, the Hall of Famer. And he got one question right. And he maybe he knew it was coming, but before the show, he was talking about In the God of Davida by Iron Butterfly, and that was the answer. And he got it for us.
So the big cheese was not rolling that night, is what you're telling me?
I got the Dee Dee Sharp and mashed potato, but
we do the
I was a little
potato.
off.
Doug will play that for us when we come back from break. The mashed potato, right?
Yep, 1962, I think. Jack Anderson is coming out of the bullpen as we have a pitching change here.
Buckle up, he's going to walk some people.
That's 3 walks for Guerrero, and he retired 1 batter. Pitching change here in the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Network.
Baseball is back and the team is stacked. Money was spent, players were at it, and from what we can see, everything looks perfect. Aha! But what about what we can't see? It's just like your drains and pipes. The ugly, nasty, sometimes stinky truth is often the one you don't see at first. Drains by James is your expert residential and commercial drain and pipelining service. We'll find it, clean it, and get it back to new. Available 24/7. Drains by James. We give a poop about your pipes.
Come visit CCL Homescape Showroom in Abington this year to experience our state-of-the-art kitchen showroom. At CCL Homescapes, our design team listens, understands your family's needs, and stays on the pulse of trends. We work with you to create a beautiful and efficient space that your family will enjoy for years to come. Our showroom is open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday and 8 a.m. to noon on Saturday. Go to cclco.com to learn more about how we can create the kitchen of your dreams. cclco.com.
Jack Anderson. Jack Anderson is the new pitcher. This young man from Tampa was selected by the Tigers in the AAA phase of the minor league draft last year and came over to the Red Sox in a sale. There's Dee Dee Sharp and the mashed potato. I never know how to do the dance, swing and a miss.
That does not surprise me, Joe.
Otto Kemp, the batter, pinch hitting.
Could you twist?
Anybody can twist. All you do is shake it up. Outside for a ball. I think Dee Dee Sharp was a one-hit wonder. We got the great DJ in the booth here, Ted Lux, and he seems to agree with that.
I'm sure Flash has played the mashed potato a time or two.
There's the pitch, and it's in there for a strike. Flash was Flash Phelps of the Flash Phelps Funny Farm was down here a couple of weeks ago. He's not completed every county in Alabama, by the way.
Can update his spreadsheet.
I mean, he's been over 1,000 counties in the U.S. 1-2 pitch, taken low, 2 out, 2 on. Red Sox have walked 14 batters here with we're in the 6th inning. Well, we're in a clothing store, men's store, Teruzzi's in Naples, and somebody in there from Iowa, and Flash said, well, I just went to Madison County. That's my 66th out of the 99 counties in Iowa. There's a line drive to left field. It says Date's going to catch some green. It's near the top of the wall. It'll score 1 and maybe 2. It will as the balls juggle around in center field. And into third base is Otto Kemp. So that gives the Phillies a 16-4 lead. See if they call that a triple or a double all the way. The center fielder had a tough time coming up with it. Nate Eaton.
I was out at Fenway, I think. That was way up there.
Because that was about 4 feet from going out, and this wall is 7 feet higher. 16-4 Phillies. It's Kemp with a booming double. And pitch is taken low. This is Kennedy, who homered earlier. Actually, it's his replacement, Rafael Lantigua.
Ooh, very nicely done.
Lantigua. Rafael takes it outside. So 2 more runs home here. 4 runs home, I should say, is the pitch. And a swing and a pop-up could end the inning. Right field side, first baseman staggers and makes the catch to retire the side.
You sure you want to stay retired?
Yeah. This is fun. I mean, it doesn't count. It's an exhibition game. That was Toro making the play. And we go to the bottom of the 6th. It's 16-4 Phillies on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Just in time for your St. Patrick's Day celebrations, corned beef is on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Get Signature Select corned beef point cut for just $1.27 a pound when you use a digital coupon. Limit 2 while supplies last. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Yoshida leading off bottom of the 6th, 16-4 Phillies. Devin Sweet, a right-hander, is warming. And actually he's in the game. Here's the first pitch to Yoshida, who takes a strike. Masa single fly deep to left.
I think Masa's ready to go deep soon.
Dee Sharp was not a one-hit wonder. She also, in addition to mashed potato, had gravy on the mashed potato.
Stop.
0-1 is lined over the second baseman's head, but reaching up and making the catch there is Clemens. Nice play.
It wasn't that nice. You're just awed by his father and his last name.
That was so awesome of Roger to come up for my retirement.
Well, and your 40th, he came and
my 40th,
presented
surprising,
the plaque.
yeah. I mean, they were announcing him on the PA system, and I thought I'd see a video, but here he comes out of the dugout with a plaque. Swinging strike by Refsnyder, and it's 0-1. Refsnyder is hitting in Campbell's spot, who's singled and fanned. 4 runs, 4 hits for the Red Sox, 16 runs, 10 hits for the Phillies, who've received 14 walks. Low and away, I'll tell you, Alvaro Hernandez is doing yeoman duty today.
I would say, my goodness.
He has Carson Taylor at first base for Arroyo. Otto Kemp, who had the triple off the wall, is at second base. Brian Rincon is the shortstop. There's a strike.
He lent me a pen, too, which is nice.
He can do it all. It's Clemens at third. Kemp made the play at second.
Well, so it wasn't that good a play.
No. Big league average. Rafael Antigua is in left field.
You should go to Antigua this season, now that you're not doing as many games.
There's a pitch outside.
You're going out west, aren't you?
Gimme, gravy tonight.
Didn't do as well as mashed potato. 2-2 pitch. He swung on a drive deep to left field. Let's see what the wind does. Back toward the wall, and it's going to hit off the green right above the scoreboard, and Refsnyder cruises into second with a double. There's not much breeze right now, but he hit it pretty well. Hit that little ledge above the American League score, so Rob with a two-bagger. And that brings up Marcelo Meyer, who singled to center and walked. Actually, it's David Hamilton. He took over for Meyer, who was 1 for 1. Fly ball that was lost in the sun that went for a hit. That also had a walk. Pitch to David Hamilton. Is swung on, line down the right field line toward the corner. It's going to land on the track. Takes one hop and bounces past the pesky pole into the seats for a ground rule double. So David Hamilton with a two-bagger gets an RBI, scoring Refsnyder 16-5 Phillies. That's a good sign. Certainly Hamilton's in the picture for possibly winning the second base job.
I think the Red Sox were at their best when he was on the team last year. I mean, he got so many big hits. He changes the game with his speed.
Had trouble early when he was at shortstop, but then came back and he was outstanding. Breaking ball in there for a call strike from Sweet to Romy Gonzalez.
My homie. Well, he was forced into action, was Hamilton. You know, I mean, it's story injury. It was probably rushed into it a little bit.
Romy was missed a couple of days with illness, takes it low and away.
Don't you think, Joe, it's a mark of a really good club, though, when you have as many useful bench pieces as the Red Sox do? And we've just seen 3 of them in a row in Refsnyder, Hamilton, and Romy.
Who can play so many different positions. Today, Romy's at third. But he could be a platoon-type first baseman as well, the 1-1. Yep. Swing, there's a shot to right center field, back toward the triangle it goes, and it bounces into the triangle, rattles around in that little alley out there, and Romy's on his way to third. Here's the throw, a chance to get him, and he's safe. Oh, close play. Cody Clemens took the throw. I thought they were going to get him, but it's a good slide. He got the hand in there. A booming triple for Romy Gonzalez, and that makes it 16-6 Phillies, as Hamilton scored easily.
Well, that was encouraging on a number of levels. That's the Romy swing we got so used to. I think it's a good thing this is a spring ballpark, Joe. No review, because I think he was out at third, unless just a miracle tag of the bag by Romy, but he was thinking 3 all the way, cut it open.
Well, here's Vaughn Grissom, who's certainly in the second base picture. Hitting in Trace Thompson's spot. Trace was 0 for 1 with a walk and another RBI, his 13th. Inside, so it's 16-6.
Listen, we were talking about Will Venable off air and how great it is that he got his first big league manager's job with the Chicago White Sox.
Here's the pitch home, and it's a strike to Vaughn.
And we wish him well. Hope they have a great year, much better than the historically bad year. But every time I see Romy Gonzalez, I think, how in the world could the White Sox look at that player and say, we're better without him?
I think he had some injury issues. That might have been a reason. There's this looping line drive. It's going to drop for a base hit, more of a flare. RBI hit for Grissom. So that makes it 16-7. Double, double, triple, and single. In this sequence, Romy knocking in a run and now scoring a run on an RBI hit by Vaughn Grissom. Out of the top of the order, and Sogard. Jaron Duran was 0 for 3. Sogard playing in left today. He swings and foul tips. So we've seen him all over the infield and now in the outfield.
I think he's a really useful player.
He gives you a little power, too. A switch hitter. Good base runner. Here's the 0-1 and a breaking ball outside. Imagine the Red Sox take extra players to Mexico when they go, so the roster may not be finalized.
We need some extra broadcasters, too. You up for it?
You're on your own. Here's a 1-1. Swinging a high fly, left field, shallow. And this is caught for the second out. That's the second out, and Arturo Abraham Toro coming up. Another switch hitter, former Seattle Mariner, Houston Astro, and briefly with the A's. He's swung a good bat so far in spring training. 16-7. Phillies in the sixth. And the pitch is taken high.
I saw Paul Taboni, big part of the Red Sox front office, in the sort of top row here where the Sox execs often sit and watch these games. And his hair was much shorter, like very tight on the side. So I sent him a note about that.
Inside.
I said, your barber went a little tight on the sides, and this is such a great response. How's this for a name of a Boston barber? He said, you should mention my barber on air. It's from the North End, Richie Firicano.
I'll have to go see Richie. Richie Firicano. Here's the pitch. And it's outside.
How great is that? Get a cannoli, a little close shave.
Little espresso. Cappuccino. 3 balls, no strikes. And it's outside ball 4. So Toro takes the walk.
Must be so fun for Paul and Mike Rickard and all these guys who were instrumental in those drafts, bringing in this next wave of young players to watch them mature right before us. I mean, whether it's Campbell, Meyer, even Mikey Romero, and all these guys are blossoming.
Here's Nate Eaton now. Get 3 home runs already this spring. 2 on, 2 out. The pitch is taken high. Mikey Romero at one of those dinners with Paul Molitor this week, along with Marcelo Meyer. The connection being John Boggs, the agent, who's a good friend of Molly's. They got them together. The pitch, swinging a high drive, right center field, up toward the warning track, but the right fielder moves back and stumbles. Did he catch it?
He did.
He did catch it. Wow. Stumbling catch out there in right field as it got up into the sun and wind.
That was a Firicano.
That was Matt Crone who made the catch. Kroon. K-R-O-O-N. He's a crooner. All right, after 6, 16-7. Phillies on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
My name is Joanne. I'm 75 years old, and I have lost 35 pounds on Awaken 180 weight loss. I was pre-diabetic. I was ready to go on cholesterol medication. My blood pressure was up even on medication. Now I have no need for cholesterol medication. My blood sugar is fine, and I actually am cutting down on my blood pressure medicine. I have knee replacements and hip replacements, and I had difficulty walking, and now I can walk without any problem. I feel lighter. I feel more energetic. It is a lifestyle that will help you to lose weight without medication.
Thanks, Joanne. Andy Hart here. Stories like Joanne's are the reason I continue to share the Awaken 180 message. The results speak for themselves, and I'm confident you'll have the same success if you let them show you how. Do what Joanne did, what I did, and what over 24,000 others have done, and choose the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires. So we buy Bridgestone tires for less and sell them for less. The guaranteed lowest price you'll find anywhere. Plus, we give you more free services for life than any other tire dealer. So when you're looking for Bridgestone tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
The Chick-fil-A Community Hero Award Program is back this year, and they're upping the ante by honoring somebody every week for the entire baseball season. If there's someone in your town or your city who deserves recognition, nominate them at thegreghillfoundation.org/heroes.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Jack Anderson back out there, and the Phillies batter is Josh Brox. B-R-E-A-U-X.
Maybe Bro?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Cajun?
Big right-hand batter.
I love that. When you go to LSU games, this guy's name is B-R-E-A-U-X, Bro. They will spell Go Tigers, G-E-A-U-X, Tigers.
Bro takes it inside.
I think that's an Alex Bregman favorite, I bet. Fried gator.
You ever had it?
I have. It's actually pretty good.
Like chicken?
It's sorta.
B-R-E-A-U-X, and he takes outside a 4-pitch walk. What do you know? 15 walks issued by Red Sox pitching.
I cannot get my little boys to stop thinking about and obsessing about alligators and the notion that they're everywhere here in Florida. I've seen fewer of them this time than last.
There's a big one on the 15th green and also on the pond where we stay.
My littlest said to me, "What would happen if I rode on the back of an alligator?" Said, "We do not want to find out."
Take him down to the Wonder Gardens. You can see plenty of alligators and bonita.
Yeah, behind cages, which is good.
Right. Here's Kroon, who made that stumbling catch to win the top of the inning. K-R-O-O-N, the pitch. Here's a breaking ball in there for a strike. It was great to visit with Dave Dombrowski. As we said, he's certainly going to the Hall of Fame. He still makes every road trip in spring training, and he makes almost every trip in the regular season, which most GMs don't do. Breaking ball in the first strike, and he got him looking. So Jack Anderson gets his strikeout.
I love that, don't you, Joe? I mean, I think it's such a great way to stay connected with your team and really have the pulse of what's going on.
Well, that's why he does it, I'm sure. And the only time he didn't go on a trip was during the draft. Here's Brian Rincon. He's a left-hand batter, took over at short, and he takes the ball. I don't want to go back in later years and look at the scorecard again.
No.
It's worse than a road map. The pitch is low.
You wouldn't read that well either, a road map.
No. But I wouldn't have to write it.
This is why I've just stopped scoring these spring games. I let the internet do it for me, and they just get too crowded.
There's a strike.
I mean, I might call Otto Kemp Cody Clemens or Kroon go a little later. We'll see.
But Bro's at first. Not my bro. Pitch is in the dirt, but he called it a strike.
How is Frank?
He went around. He played in his 15th fantasy camp. Brother Frank, a Camp Hall of Famer, as is our Alvaro Hernandez. There's only one rule for making fantasy camp Hall of Fame.
Pay enough money?
Go 10 years. That means you spent at least $50,000.
See, but Al actually would be on the merits.
Oh, yes. He's a very good player outside. Plays in over 50 league, over 60 league.
He's going to play even if it kills him. I mean, no matter what. No matter how many surgeries, procedures, he's going to keep going.
He's had shoulder operations, knee operations. Has to throw underhand now. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. So 2 strikeouts. Rincon fans. Anderson, who got the last out in the 6th inning.
It's awesome to be with your brother and George Grand and Joe Morgan and Steve Kahn at Maury's this offseason in New Haven. That was a great time.
Yeah, wonderful spot. Of course, great Yale athletic history there. Taylor, the first baseman, takes a strike.
What a cool spot that is.
And
I get to go all the time.
You have 2 nieces, your brother Dave, the Giants broadcaster. 2 daughters, twin daughters, freshmen at Yale. Can't imagine the tuition bill, the 0-1. Breaking ball low.
You don't want to.
No.
But it's so fun for us. I mean, they're so close, just down the eastern seaboard, and I have all the excuses I need to take him to dinner. I can be home at night.
They're 3,000 miles away from home, so they need Uncle Will, the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, shallow left field. Third baseman back, Romy Gonzalez staggers if it makes the catch, fighting the sun to retire the side. So if they don't score despite another walk, we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, and the Phillies lead at 16-7 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Just in time for your St. Patrick's Day celebrations, corned beef is on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Get Signature Select corned beef point cut for just $1.27 a pound when you use a digital coupon. Limit 2 while supplies last. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
Hey, Lou Maloney here. I'm right in the middle of spring training down here in Fort Myers, and man, I am putting my healed elbow to the test. Thanks to Ortho Laser New England, I was able to play catch with my kid, fully work out, and even play some golf. And through all that, zero pain. Before Ortho Laser, lifting a glass of water was a chore. Now I'm playing catch with my kid without a wince. I get it. Most of you don't need to toss BP, but you still walk, carry groceries, get out of bed. When with joint pain, it's always there. It doesn't have to be. Do what I did and choose Ortho Laser New England. Alleviate tendonitis pain, stabilize arthritic joints, all without needles or surgeries. The FDA-approved robotic laser can help your body heal the joint, sprains, strains, and even post-op recovery. If you have joint pain, reserve your free consultation at any of their Massachusetts or New Hampshire location. Visit ortholaserne.com. That's ortholaser with a Z-N-E.com.
Mass General Brigham Health Plan is integrated with one of the nation's leading health systems, offering health insurance with comprehensive benefits and a broad network of doctors and hospitals. With Mass General Brigham Health Plan, you'll find unique options for families, businesses, and retirees. You deserve coverage as advanced as your care. Call your broker or visit massgeneralbrighamhealthplan.org.
You're listening to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Sally Zavala, the batter. He took over behind the plate for Wong, who was 0 for 2. 2 strikeouts and a walk. Ball one missing from Sweet, beginning his second inning on the hill. Got the wrong pitcher on the board up there. Pitch is low. Sweet was charged with 3 runs on 4 hits in the 6th. 16-7 Phillies. Zavala, former White Sox receiver, strong arm. Breaking ball missing inside. We saw him throw out a runner over the weekend against the Twins, trying to steal. He's got a quick release as well. Great pop time. Sweet delivers, and a swing and a miss at a high fastball.
I think Carlos Narvaez does have the edge to be the backup catcher for the Red Sox.
Very strong defensively.
Oh, very good taste in food, too.
Loves Trattoria Mia here, Fort Myers.
I got to take my mom this week for sure.
Owned by 2 Venezuelan sisters. Italian restaurant, foul to the right, out of play.
I try to be adventurous most places I go, order different stuff. I cannot go there and not get chicken parm. Every time. I feel like I'm cheating myself if I don't get it every time I go there.
I've been there so often this spring I've tried other things finally. But chicken parm, the best ever. Ground ball, top foul, third base side.
Yeah, because it's not that breaded, but it's still, I don't know how they do it. Most of the time, that rich flavor in chicken parm comes from the breading, all the, seasoning in the flour and all that. This is not really breaded, but it still tastes exactly like it.
Well, if you ask Lori nicely, the owner, she'll make you a chicken caprese, which is excellent. 2-2. Swing, ground ball, bounce to short. Stabbed there by Rincon, who throws low, but dug out by Taylor for the out. 1 out.
Did you get the eggplant rollatine for your birthday this year?
I got it at home. Yeah. And Monte Cart, which was excellent. But we've taken a lot of people over to Trattoria. Lou Merloni, some of the fantasy campers. Blake Sable will be the batter, but it'll be against a different pitcher as Sweet departs. And we'll take a break here on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
Come visit CCL Homescape Showroom in Abington this year to experience our state-of-the-art kitchen showroom. At CCL Homescapes, our design team listens, understands your family's needs, and stays on the pulse of trends. We work with you to create a beautiful and efficient space that your family will enjoy for years to come. Our showroom is open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday and 8 a.m. to noon on Saturday. Go to cclco.com to learn more about how we can create the kitchen of your dreams. cclco.com.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires. So we buy Bridgestone tires for less and sell them for less. The guaranteed lowest price you'll find anywhere. Plus, we give you more free services for life than any other tire dealer. So when you're looking for Bridgestone tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Kyle Tyler, right-hander, is the new pitcher to face Sable, catching left-hand batting catcher who was with the Giants most recently. He's going to bat pinch hitter for Yoshida, who was 1 for 3. Red Sox trailing 16-7. Lost track of the number of people they've walked. Is it 15 now?
Yes, it is. But I wouldn't worry about that, Joe. Don't worry about it. That scorecard is not going to be framed on anybody's wall anytime soon.
Especially mine. Hieroglyphics.
When did you first make and find that scorebook? Because it's one page and it's really small. You got both sides of the scorecard on one sort of wide, sort of horizontal, legal size page.
It's the Herb scorecard. Herb Score designed
right?
this. He had a huge book. I mean, it was so heavy to carry, and I reduced it over the years, but kept the same format.
I've never heard that, the Herb scorecard.
Herb scorecard. Many broadcasters used it. Bob Carpenter of the Washington Nationals also has a scorebook that many others copy. Pitch misses inside.
You
ball
loved
one.
Herb Score, didn't you?
Great guy, yes, indeed. He loved engineers, too. He'd walk into a booth and try to shake them up, pitches low and away.
I think Doug could use that every once in a while.
But there's Herb. Had a great career going till he got hit in the eye with a line drive, and that altered his delivery, and he got hurt. But he was one of the great pitchers ever for a very short time. Through, who knows, they didn't have radar guns then, but he probably hit 100 miles an hour. 3 balls, no strikes. And his successor, Tom Hamlin, is going to Cooperstown with the Ford Frick Award in July. Call strike.
So great. Did you hear any of Tom's calls in that playoff series with the New York Yankees?
I did. I listened a lot.
Oh, my goodness. The big home run from Noel, on and on. It nailed every one of them, unsurprisingly.
3-1 deal is in there for a strike.
It's one of the things that defined your career, too, Joe. I mean, it's an amazing thing to be able to rise to and meet those moments, because you never know when they're coming. You work your whole life to be there in those spots, and to elevate and meet them is a really special thing.
Yeah, they happen so seldom. You don't want to blow them. That's outside and fouled out of play, third base side. But you react. You don't know what's going to happen. That's the beauty of this game.
You've told me a lot of times, and I think it's so smart, you just kind of stay right in the moment, right? Stay basic, tell the story.
Let it play out. It's the guys on the field that do it, not the people in the booth. They just describe it. That one gets through the catcher, but it's ball 4. He missed down and in.
So, but it was pretty good, though, wasn't it? That it was sort of an automatic comebacker to Folk.
Yes, I was glad it was a simple play. He didn't want a diving catch. Did he catch her or didn't he? Or was it a check swing, strike or not? You have to wait for an umpire.
Manny Machado, that was not a check swing. That was a beautiful thing, too.
Yeah, right down by his back foot. It was especially great. He was the guy that struck out, too, after Pedroia's injury. There's a call strike to Refsnyder, a double his first time up. Petey, to his credit, never held it against him.
I was about to say, I think that's one of the many great things about Dustin. He doesn't have any spite or grudge about that at all.
Ground ball hit hard to third. Cody Clemens flips to second, out on to first after a juggle, but a double play. 5-4-3. Petey probably would have been elected first ballot. He continued 2 or 3 more years. Well, that retires the side after 7 at 16-7. Phillies on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
When it's time to sell your home, you hope your agent knows the market. Timing, pricing, interest rates, neighborhoods, staging, open houses, understanding contracts, completing paperwork, and can actually help guide you on your big move. Don't hope. No. When you hire a Weichert agent, you can be sure you've got a partner who will guide you every step of the way, from listing to closing, and everything in between. Weichert. Dream. Move. Home. Each Weichert franchised office is independently owned and operated.
Welcome to the Nissan Now sales event. Are you all right?
I wanted to get here before the best offers were gone.
You're just in time. Let me show you what we've got. There's the all-new Kicks. The sporty Sentra. Or our best-selling Rogue, a Consumer Guide Best Buy 11 years in a row. You must be exhausted.
I think I'm ready for my next adventure.
For the #1 shopping experience among non-luxury car buyers according to J.D. Power, get to Nissan now. Now, get 2.9% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. For well-qualified buyers, 2.9% APR financing for 60 months on new 2025 Rogue and dealer stock. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $17.92 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to residency restrictions and NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 3/31/25.
Hi, I'm James Pratt from Basement Technologies. Find out how fast and inexpensive it is to keep your basement dry for good. Don't let rain cause damage to your home. Call 1-800-BUSY-DOG or visit 1-800-BUSYDOG.com and keep your basement dry for good.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
To the 8th inning we go. Phillies leading the Red Sox 16-7. Matt Moore signed a minor league deal with the Red Sox. On the mound for the second time in spring, and he misses outside with a fastball, ball one. He will forever be linked to the Red Sox and David Ortiz. Cody Clemens is the hitter. Joe's sitting up a little extra in his chair. Left-handed batter against the lefty Moore. 1-0 the pitch. Is outside 499 and 500. Surrendered by this pitcher, Joe, and I know you remember that night very well.
Same game at Tampa Bay. I think one of those home runs came very close to hitting the back wall in right field. He crushed them both.
2-0. A little outside. It's not surprising to you, I know, that they both came in the same night because it's such a perfect example of how in the biggest moments with the most pressure, David was at his very best. 3-0 the pitch is a strike on the outside corner.
For a career, the greatest clutch hit I've ever seen.
And I think you could make the argument, it's not just Red Sox history, maybe in the history of the sport in terms of one enormous hit after another. Here's a 3-1 skied fly ball in a deep right field. Ref Snyder back onto the warning track, and just in front of the Red Sox bullpen, he's there to make the play, one down. You know, I actually think, even though it has not yielded as many wins and championships, one of the things that makes Bryce Harper such a great fit in Philadelphia, the reason that that town has fallen so in love with him, is that he is that way. I mean, he hit the home run that sent them to the National League Championship Series. He seems to really relish the big spotlight as Moore fires a slider under the bat of Henry. Swung on and missed, 0-1.
That's remarkable, though, that the Nationals won the World Championship right after he left. Or just before he left, I should say.
No balls, one strike. That's down. And then they had Soto and Kendrick and Anthony Rendon. Of course, that was Strasburg, Corbin, Scherzer. They won it on the mound mostly, but they got so many big hits. Against those Astros did the Nats, the 1-1 in the dirt. But in some ways, Bryce Harper is the rare athlete, sort of like Garrett Cole, that has met and sort of lived up to that massive free agent contract. LeBron James has done it a lot of times. 2-1, strike on the outside corner. I mean, Harper went to Philadelphia, signed a 13-year deal, biggest in the history of the game, no opt-outs. He wanted to be in Philadelphia. He bought into everything that city and that team represented, and he's just been marvelous for them.
So intense, and I think that's why he's so popular there.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch from Moore is not close. Changeup bounced in, and it's 3-2. It feels like a perfect marriage between player and city. Harper and the Phillies and Philadelphia. Of course, everybody in the city of brotherly love still flying high with the Super Bowl win. Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts, that dominant defense. 3-2 pitch. Inside, a changeup. What do you know?
Whoever thought it'd be a blowout?
16 walks issued by the Red Sox. I certainly didn't. But it is and was, I thought, Joe, yet another reminder of something that all the greats know, whether it's Belichick, Parcells, any great coach would tell you that football games so often are determined by play on the lines. And the Eagles just dominated on both the offensive and defensive lines as Stevenson stands in and takes a sinker outside from Matt Moore for ball one.
It was amazing how they rushed Mahomes, pressured him.
Cal Stevenson, the hitter. High fly into left field. That is Nick Sogard out there with the shades on. He's underneath it to make the play, 2 down. I think people in New England were probably happy with the result of that game because for now and maybe forever, it is time to shelve the conversation about comparison of Mahomes to Brady in terms of their all-time status and their legacy. Here now is Otto Kemp. You don't hear many Ottos these days. He rips one to third, and Romy Gonzalez leaps up and makes the play. Wow. My homie, nice job. Inning over, Sweet Caroline time at Fenway South. It is all Phillies here today. 16-7 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Boston Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
There's a lot to love about. There's a lot to love about you.
Don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Love all the trusted 2025 Subaru Forester has to offer, like symmetrical all-wheel drive. Buy with 3.9% financing for up to 48 months, or lease for just $319 per month for 36 months. Versatile, capable, and reliable, the 2025 Forester is equipped with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, the latest tech, and advanced Subaru safety features so you can adventure with confidence. Buy the 2025 Forester with 3.9% financing for up to 48 months, or lease for just $319 per month with $32.19 due at signing. With so much to love, you don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
There's a lot to love about you.
Greg Hill here. What's better than 2 for 1? 3 for 1. Right now, Boston Standard is offering a plumbing inspection plus an AC and heating system tune-up for just $219. That's 3 services for the price of 1. Call today and save tomorrow with Boston Standard.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
David Hamilton, as the fans sing Sweet Caroline at Fenway South, takes a breaking ball low for ball 1. We're into the bottom of the 8th. Really nice crowd. They've not had a ton to cheer for. It's been sort of a plodding game. The 1-0 to Hammy. He's outside a cutter. 2-0. He doubled down the right field line over the wall. Did David his last time. He is looking the part more and more as David Hamilton. 2-0 from Tyler. The pitch is in the dirt. 3 balls and no strikes. We were talking about Herb Score and his love of engineers. We lost one of the great engineers that we've ever known and had this offseason in Minnesota, Wayne Seeley, who was on the board for us with the Twins for so many years. The 3-0 is low, and that's ball 4. Wayne captained a boat, true legend in the business, and we were so sorry to hear about his passing.
Great nighttime DJ in the Twin Cities. He had his boat called the Radio Wave, which we rode down the St. Croix River with him. Wonderful guy, great engineer. What a set of pipes he had, too.
He did. Here's Romy. One on, none out, 16-7. Here's a ground ball that should be 2. The shortstop, Rincon, flips to second for 1. Actually stepped on the bag himself. Over first 2, double play. Radio Wave is an awesome boat name. That's really good. I think Sean McDonough, he sold his boat probably for $500,000, but his boat was called the Broadcaster, which is also a good one.
No, it's good, yeah. I never was offered a ride, were you?
Never been on Sean's boat. 2 down, here's Vaughn Grissom. Swinging a miss, a good slider. You know, Wayne had such a great way about him. I mean, he would always mix very well the game. It's an art form getting these games on the air and dealing with pains like me and Joe. 0-1. The pitch is high down the right field line. Way back into his left is Kroon, the Philly right fielder. And he dropped the ball out of his glove on the dirt. That'll be an error on the right fielder. And Vaughn Grissom is at second base with 2 down, which is good because we can talk more about Wayne Seeley. There's so many elements to this, Joe. It's not just cables and boards and technology, headsets and microphones. There's a real art form to finding a way to mix all of those elements together to give it the best possible sound as it goes out over the radio. And I thought Wayne was just wonderful at that.
Especially when it can be so quiet and all of a sudden something happens and the noise goes on and on.
Here's Nick Sogard. The pitch is a strike on the inside corner. He, like Doug, was pretty good about telling you to actually keep the microphone in front of your face, too, which is an important skill.
He never let me forget how the first time we had him on a post-game show, he was in the dugout. We were in the booth. Kirby Puckett kept calling me Tony.
0-1 pitch is a strike. He rectified that the next day, didn't he?
He did. I won't quote him, but I called you Tony, man. I'm sorry, JoJo, and I became JoJo ever since.
So great. Kirby is missed. 0-2. To Nick Sogard in the bottom of the 8th inning. Here's the pitch. High. It's out of the glove of the catcher, and Grissom will stay put at second. I mean, I vividly remember, Joe, those battles those Twins had under that dome in the 80s and early 90s, winning those world championships. Gaetti and Herbeck and Gladden and Kirby. Jack Morris.
And he came back to the Minnesota Twins fantasy camp this year. We lost Kirby far too young an age.
1-2 is breaking ball in the dirt.
But only center fielders call me JoJo. Kirby Puckett and Jackie Bradley Jr.
2 pretty good ones.
Yeah. 2 of my all-time favorites. Kirby's my all-time favorite opposing player. And his protege's right up there, too. Torrey Hunter. What a great guy he is.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Nick Sogard. The pitch. Ground ball into right field. That's a base hit. That'll score Grissom. Throw way wide of the first base bag. Foot first slide for Vaughn, and it's 16-8. Nick Sogard continues to impress in camp. And we'll continue the inning for Abraham Toro. I would never say it to Dazzleman himself or to Kent Herbeck or to Gaetti or any of those guys, but I do believe there was something going on in that dome when the Twins were at the bat with the fans blowing out. Here's a pitch to Toro, and it's a strike with a curveball. 0-1. And the numbers are just shocking, what they did offensively in that ballpark versus everywhere else. Plus, it was such an advantage, they got used to finding the baseball in that white roof. Here's a foul. Would have been in our booth had the screen not been there. Al was ready for it.
Yeah, the Red Sox really struggled there. Lost some games in strange ways. Balls lost in the roof. Ground balls that bounced so high.
Well, and
you couldn't find them.
And that was another example, was it not, Joe, that they just didn't really have the personnel, the speed to take advantage of the turf.
They were the Red Sox in those days. The Twins were very athletic.
16-8 Phillies in the bottom of the 8th. 0-2 the count, the pitch. In the dirt, good take. And I grew up a Cardinal fan. My dad's whole family is from Missouri, so I was heartbroken when the Twins did beat the Cardinals in that World Series. But it was hard to not respect what they did. I mean, they played the game so hard. They had a lot of likable personalities, I thought, including Dan Gladden. Scored the game-winning World Series-winning run. 1-2 is a ground ball on the first base side off the bat of Toro. The first baseman, let's see, Carson Taylor takes it to the bag, and the inning is over. Wayne Seeley, we will miss you. He's probably engineering a broadcast in the sky as we speak. 16-8, Red Sox trail on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the ultimate showdown. Your property versus the world. You need a strong defense to protect your home turf. And that's where Reliable the Fence people come in. We're your MVP for blocking out nosy neighbors and wandering wildlife and keeping your pets and kids safe and secure. Reliable's fences stand tall, strong, and who would have thought, reliable. We've been in business for over 70 years, providing New England with high-quality fences and expert installations at unbeatable prices. So don't let your property get flagged for being out of bounds. If you've been thinking about getting a new fence or simply replacing what you have now, take advantage of our awesome Spring into Savings sale and save 20%. Visit us at reliablefencing.com. That's reliable, FENCING.com, and get big savings on a quality fence. Reliable the Fence people, New England's first line of defense for over 70 years. You can count on it.
Celebrate St. Patrick's Day at the 99 Restaurant this Sunday and Monday. Enjoy the traditional corned beef and cabbage dinner, or try the corned beef Reuben with a Lucky Horseshoe Ale. You gotta love the nines.
Baseball is back and the team is stacked. Money was spent, players were at it, and from what we can see, everything looks perfect. Aha! But what about what we can't see? It's just like your drains and pipes. The ugly, nasty, sometimes stinky truth is often the one you don't see at first. Drains by James is your expert residential and commercial drain and pipelining service. We'll find it, clean it, and get it back to new. Available 24/7. Drains by James. We give a poop about your pipes.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
On we go into the top of the ninth. Brian Mata is on the mound, and he will see Lantiqua, Phillies right-handed hitter. Brian Mata has been oft injured, a long road back to this moment. He's on the mound for the Red Sox, first time in a spring game. And here he is. He misses with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball outside ball one. Mata, for a couple of years, was the top pitching prospect in the Red Sox entire organization. 1-0 is a chopper up the middle. Grissom to his right behind the second base bag. Plants and throws. Sidearm in time. 2 pitches and 1 out. Good debut here for Brian Mata. Keeping up Joe's favorite bro. 16 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors for the Phillies. 8 runs, 9 hits for the Sox. Lucas Giolito started this game. He left after an inning. On the first pitch he threw, felt some tightness in his left hamstring. The pitch to Bro is low. Fastball, it's 1-0.
See if they can get through this inning without a walk. They've walked 16.
There have not been many innings at all without a walk. In fact, I think just 1/2 inning without a free pass issued. 1-0. Fouled off. We take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
We are your home for Boston College football, basketball, baseball, and hockey. WEEI AM, Boston, an Odyssey station.
1 ball, 1 strike from out a swing and a miss. That was a really good cutter, 90 miles an hour. That was a good-looking pitch, and it's 1-2. Red Sox still dreaming big about this right-hander. He was exposed to the Rule 5 draft in the offseason, was not taken. The 1-2 outside. Missed with a breaking ball. And it is 2 balls and 2 strikes. He's still only 25 years old, from Maracay, Venezuela. Sent him all the way back in 2016. 3/4 arm slot, the 2-2. High drive way back to left field. If it's fair, it is out of everything, and it is. Onto the top of the big green monster here. Big fly for Bro. And it's 17-8 Phillies. That was not a cheapie. So Mata gives up the big fly.
Only their second home run. They scored 17 runs, but 16 walks explains it well.
I've never seen a game in my life with that many walks. The pitch to Kroon is a little bit outside. They moved him to the bullpen, Mata, because he's not able to stay healthy. They really think he's got electric stuff, could help the team, but just don't think he's going to be durable enough to remain a starter. The 0-1. High drive into the gap in right center field. Back and to his right. Refsnyder with a foot first slide. He couldn't make the play. Well, he had it in his glove, but somehow it shot past him, and it's a one-out double for Kroon. I don't know what happened there. I thought Rob sort of sized that up and was right there to make the play. He did not. And the Phillies just keep on rolling. Here now, Rincon. The Red Sox, who were off yesterday, back at it tomorrow night. It's a 6:05 first pitch. The Minnesota Twins will be here, and Tanner Houck will be on the mound. Here's a pitch on the inside corner to Rincon for strike one. Expecting to see Aroldis Chapman, Garrett Whitlock, and Cooper Criswell. Joe Ryan slated for now to start for the Twins. 0-1, 17-8. You heard that right. Spring game, a swing and a miss by Rincon, and it's 0-2. If you're just joining us, God bless you. And Rafi Devers is going to make his spring debut Saturday. He was supposed to play tomorrow, but continues to push back his debut. Brian Bayo will not be ready for opening day. Lucas Giolito left today's game after one inning with a hamstring issue. So the Red Sox rotation all of a sudden a little thin. Mata at the belt throws. The 0-2 check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Thank you very much. Marvin Hudson, he says that's a swing. And they're two down.
The Major League record for most walks issued in one game by a pitching staff, 18 by the Philadelphia Athletics back in 1916.
Would Connie Mack have been in the dugout at that time?
Yeah, sure.
Wearing a suit and tie?
50 years he managed.
The tall tactician. Here is Taylor for the Phillies, left-handed hitter. That is a little low. Didn't he have a share in the team, too? Didn't he own
He was
part
the
of
owner,
Athletics?
right?
Yeah.
And then when they were moving to Kansas City, he just passed away, and there was a battle over who would own it. One of his sons wanted it, and the other one didn't, and finally was sold to Arnold Johnson, who brought him to Kansas City.
1-0 the pitch, down and in. The A's will play their games this year in Sacramento before they get the ballpark ready in Las Vegas. And actually, I think the A's have had a really good offseason. Some really nice additions. The 2-0 is looped into right field. That's a base hit. That's going to get a run in. And the Phillies will score for the 18th time. It's not gone real well for Brian Mata. And it is 18-8.
There'll be two minor league ballparks used by big league teams this year. Steinbrenner Field for the Rays and Sacramento. The Rays playing at Steinbrenner Field. There'll be some rain delays.
Such a tough thing for them. I think they play something like 45 of their first 65 games at home because of that, which is, and it's forced by the climate. No dome there is a pitch to Cody Clemens is a curveball for strike one. And the A's, of course, in Sacramento, another AAA facility. But they've done a really nice job, have the A's. They just extended Lawrence Butler, who had a breakout season. Brent Rooker, an incredibly team-friendly deal. I like what the A's are doing. In spite of ownership, total mismanagement. Mark Kotze's got a much better team. They were, for a couple months last year, one of the hotter teams in all of baseball were the A's. 0-2, two down, top nine here in Fort Myers. Mata throws. Line drive, foul. Outside the third base line, it stays 0-2. Signed Luis Severino, 3 years, $67 million. That's a really good contract for a guy who's got a proven record of success. No balls, 2 strikes. Mata trying to end this inning. The pitch right in there. Good slider, and the inning is over. But the Rays get another. And going to the bottom of the ninth, they lead the Red Sox 18-8 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
Just like our hometown legends of the Diamond, Herb Chambers has been hitting it out of the park for decades with legendary customer service. With over 35 brands and so many locations, Herb Chambers offers the largest inventory of cars, trucks, and SUVs in New England. You can always count on getting the lowest prices and best value. And at Herb Chambers, you always get more for your trade. Come see for yourself and experience our legendary customer service today. Herb Chambers. We don't sell cars. We help people buy them.
Winter weather can be frightful, but Shaws and Star Market's pickup and delivery, delightful. To help with snow days and driving delays, Shaws and Star Market offer free curbside pickup or get delivery. That's right, just order ahead and Shaws and Star Market will have your groceries ready for you curbside, or they can deliver right to your door. These convenient pickup and delivery services are available year-round to help you when you need it most. Download the app now. Shaws and Star Market can save you time and money.
Looking for new, highly durable, and low-maintenance windows? Look no further. Come visit CCL Homescape Showroom in Abington to see the Sierra Pacific H3 windows. With the Sierra Pacific H3 windows, you can choose from 50 exterior colors and 8 interior wood species. And each window is protected by low-maintenance, highly durable exterior cladding that will stand up to the harsh New England weather for years to come. CCL and Sierra Pacific Windows. Nobody's ever built a window like this before. Go to cclco.com to learn more. cclco.com.
Come to Springer's Jewelers Service Week, where exceptional service and expert jewelry repair is now 15% off. But hurry, Springer's Jewelers Service Week is only through Saturday at Springer's Jewelers in Portsmouth. Get your jewelry fixed this week and save.
Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Nate Eaton to lead it off in the bottom of the ninth against Joel Kuhnel. Right-hander, and a ground ball for Eaton, who continues his really good spring. That one shoots into right field for a leadoff base hit. So it's 18-8, the Red Sox playing out this bottom of the ninth. You know, Joe, as many things as have gone well for the Red Sox in this camp, whether it's Crochet, Buehler, the young kids looking the part, I think sort of an under-the-radar story is the fact that they do have really nice veteran depth in the outfield between Thompson and Eaton. Those guys feel like the kinds of players that could really help this team at some point. Here is Sebi Savala, little chopper to third, picked at third to second for one, over to first two, double play started by Cody Clemens, and they're 2 down in the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, I think Eaton's already had big league experience with Kansas City as one of the strongest arms in the game. And Trace Thompson, very athletic and showing great power this spring. So they have some depth there.
Here's Blake Sabol. Last hope for the Sox. 18-8. Boston walked 16 hitters on the day that Lucas Giolito made his spring debut. Pitch to him. Sabol is a little bit low with a cutter, 1-0. So fun to be back with you, Joe. I was thrilled that you got into the booth for this game. You and I don't have too many this spring, unfortunately, together.
No, we have the last one here.
Excellent. The 1-0 pitch before we go off to Mexico. Here's a shot into center field, and it's going to dump down for a base hit. And I'm just going to put you in my carry-on. You're coming to Monterey, whether you know it or not.
Talk to Jan.
I believe Doug's coming to Mexico, aren't you? No, Doug is going to go scuba dive and head up and set Fenway Park up. We go to Texas after Monterey. Then Baltimore. It's a 7-game road trip to begin this season. A little bit unusual when we get back to Fenway, too, in one way. Here's Rob Refsnyder. 2 down, bottom 9, 18-8, the Phillies lead. Here's a foul on the first base side. It's unusual because the Red Sox will have a home opener on a Friday at 2:05, and they will not have the next day off, which is so unusual in New England. Almost every big league team, if they're not in a dome, will have the day after their home opener scheduled as an off day. 0-1 the pitch. drilled into center field, hangs up a little bit, coming on to make the play and end the ball game is the Phillies center fielder Stevenson, and that will do it. Philadelphia, spring day where the Red Sox walk 16. They beat the Red Sox 18-8. We'll be back with some final thoughts from JetBlue right after this in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
With all the money you can save on gas when you use the Club Citgo Rewards app, you're good to go. But good to go where? Good to go fly first class?
Hot towel?
Cool. Good to go to the opera? Good to sit ringside at a boxing match? Good to go salsa dancing? Tap dancing? Or polka dancing? Download Citgo's money-saving Club Citgo app today. The easiest way to save money on fuel. Now you're good to go.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The Chick-fil-A Community Hero Award Program is back this year, and they're upping the ante by honoring somebody every week for the entire baseball season. If there's someone in your town or your city who deserves recognition, nominate them at thegreghillfoundation.org/heroes.
The Christian Arcan Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Now back at Fenway South, 18-8. The Phillies beat the Red Sox. That is not what matters today. The Red Sox did walk 16. Will Fleming, Joe Castiglione. I guess, Joe, the only takeaway that matters today is that Lucas Giolito felt a little pull on his hamstring the first pitch that he threw. This is a game the Red Sox will flush. They'll forget about it before tomorrow night at 6:05. But all of a sudden, Bayo, we learned today, is not going to be ready for opening day. Now Giolito feels a little something. The Red Sox rotation, all of a sudden, the position of depth is looking a little thin.
Yeah, that is alarming to see another starter. And, of course, he only had the one inning, and spring training will end in just about 2 weeks. So there's not a lot of time to get ready if he's out for any more than just a couple of days. So certainly that will be something that bears watching. Today, 16 walks issued by the Red Sox. That's pretty much all you have to know about this one. And the alarming thing, I think, was some of them by veteran pitchers.
Yeah, I think Ottavino is a real talking point after this game. The other thing, Joe, I mean, listen, these spring games it's really easy to overreact and focus on one thing and make it a big deal when it isn't. But I did think that the Christian Campbell bobble of that tailor-made double play is a moment that matters from this game because they want him to have that job. They want him to be on the roster, and that right there is the play that he needs to make them feel comfortable giving him that job.
Yeah, I think to me the bat is secondary. Turning double plays is the most critical thing that the Red Sox have to look at when they decide who plays second base.
Do you have any more trivia music name that tune games tonight? What you got?
No, not tonight. But tomorrow we're going to see the Lovin' Spoonful, Gary Lewis and the Playboys, and the Classics 4.
Wow. You'll be dancing in the aisles.
Your mom should go. Yeah.
You'll be singing in the aisles, won't you? Well, it was really, really fun, Joe, to be back with you. And we'll have the last one together. You got a bunch more between now and the end, but that was great.
I'll be back Saturday. Retirement short-lived.
Do you believe in magic? And I know you do.
But I don't know if they have John Sebastian anymore. The Lovin' Spoonful. He was their lead for many years. Welcome Back, Cotter, and so many other hits.
Well, it's great that you're living your best life, Joe, and it's always the best version of Red Sox radio when you are with us. So thanks so much.
Well, a lot of fun today, despite all the walks, being with you and our group here in the booth. And Alvaro Hernandez was the busiest guy going.
No kidding. He's got leaflets of paper that he's putting away in his binder. Great job by Al. Thanks to Doug Lane for the engineering, the magic tricks, and all the friendship. And to Joe Braverman back at the flagship WEEI. For Joe Castiglione, Will Fleming saying so long at last from Fenway South. Red Sox fall tonight to the Phillies 18-8, 6:05 first pitch tomorrow. Twins are in town, 6 o'clock pregame show with Tanner Houck on the mound. Talk to you then. The Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to Red Sox Spring Training on the WEEI Shaws Star Market Red Sox Network.
This has been a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
Favorite deserves to be the favorite. Duke deserves to be the favorite in the ACC. Houston absolutely deserves to be the favorite in this conference. The bottom of the bracket is where the pivot point takes place. Texas Tech and Arizona are very intriguing teams. I heard you make a case for Kansas. I think if they catch lightning in a bottle, I don't love Kansas in the later rounds because I think they're a little bit limited physically. And I think the wear and tear of the back-to-back-to-backs eventually will bite Kansas. I think Arizona does have upside. I think Caleb Love does have upside. The problem is he's so damn inconsistent. You just don't know when him and Bradley are going to put their best stuff together. Texas Tech is definitely the level team in the bottom of the bracket. I think I know what I'm going to get from the Red Raiders most nights. I absolutely love what I've seen from them this year. Arizona beat them down in Tucson. It was a very, I'll call it average shooting night. They shot about 30% from three, about 57% from the floor. They turned it over 14 times. The difference is Texas Tech did not have a good shooting day, sub 40% from two. And they actually did make a lot of threes in that game, but not a great Texas Tech, not your typical Texas Tech performance. Again, they're one of the better teams, top 30 in EFG percentage on the season. Number one in turnover rate in the Big 12, number two in EFG rate in the Big 12. So Texas Tech is just so darn consistent. It's tough to fade them, but in a one-game roll of the dice, I think Arizona has the stones, right? They've got the upside to knock off Texas Tech. They did it earlier this year. Now, the game in Lubbock was a slog, and Arizona really struggled to score in that game. They lost by 16 and really didn't shoot it well. So I think if I had to pick it, if I had to make one bet in this tournament, I think I'd make Texas Tech the pick. But I think a Texas Tech-Arizona semifinal's got a lot of juice to it. That could be a really interesting game, especially if Caleb Love gives you his best stuff. But in general, Houston's going to be a favorite throughout. So if you want to bet Houston, just know you're on the chalky side there.
Jared, whenever I'm a handicap in these major conference tournaments, I'm always trying to think about who could be the team that could win it. That when we get to Sunday and the bracket gets unveiled, who the team is that's going to win their conference tournament, and then everybody starts to fall in love with that team, right? It happens like every year. And that team usually has an early exit in March Madness. And for me, there's a clear candidate in the Big 12, and that's Iowa State. I could see this team, how they started the season. They were number 2 seed last year in the tournament. They bring a lot of pieces back. They start the season great. They lost by Auburn by 2 in Maui. They're up like 20 at halftime. They still lose that game. Then they had some guys in and out of the lineup. They suffer some injuries, but now everybody's back. And I could see Iowa State going on a run, winning the Big 12 tournament, and then you turn on all these shows and you listen to everybody talk, and they talk about Iowa State, right? They talk about the Auburns and the Dukes, but they're like, if you want a sleeper, if you want a national title team not to forget about, it's Iowa State. And I always like trying to think about and figure out who those teams could be in this conference tournament. And for me, Iowa State would be the clear team. I think obviously if Houston wins it, right, a lot of people just look at it as, well, they were the best team. They're a number 1 seed, regardless of what happens in Kansas City. No surprise there. Texas Tech is intriguing. They're like a 2 or a 3 seed right now. If they win the Big 12, they certainly kind of fall in that category as well. So for me, it's really those two teams. It's Texas Tech and Iowa State, as I'm kind of treating as those teams. BYU is hot right now. And obviously they just had that big win at Iowa State. So I like that for Iowa State, right? They're going to get Cincinnati tomorrow, win that game. Then you get BYU, revenge for winning in Ames. I think they take care of business. The interesting angle for Houston, Jared, is the way that they play. I just don't know if Houston has a switch where they can just like go through the motions, where they can just turn it off and kind of treat this tournament like we're kind of all expecting Auburn to treat it in the SEC. And keep in mind, last year, they played Iowa State in the Big 12 championship game and got smoked in that game.
Yeah.
So I certainly think if they get to that point again, Kelvin Sampson, his players, they'll all remember that and will try and win it. And also the fact this is the second year in the Big 12 for them, right? And they can win their first Big 12 championship, I think means something to them. You sweep the regular season. So I don't really worry about Houston having like a letdown or them not trying or not coming to play. I think if they lose, they just have an off night. And the team that they lose to played better than they do. But yeah, Texas Tech and Iowa State are the two teams that I would look at. We were talking about Kansas last night. And again, I just like the fact that Bill Self's team has really never been in this role where they've lost this many games in Big 12 play. They're going to be this low of a seed in March Madness. And you just kind of like teams that are trying to get some momentum going into the tournament, teams that are trying to get some wins to feel good about themselves. So that would maybe be the angle for Kansas. But Jared, if I had to take a team in the Big 12, I think it would be Iowa State for me at 6-1.
See, here's the thing about Iowa State, and I love Otzelberger. I love the lineup. I think they're about as talented as any team in the country, maybe when they're at their peak. They haven't played a lot together this year.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're asking players that are not used to being on the floor together to all of a sudden mesh and gel in a very short period of time at the highest level of intensity, that's where I could see Iowa State being maybe a little bit, I don't want to say overvalued, but not a team that I want to bet on in this tournament. If they win this week and they're able to make it through what was a very, I would say, very difficult Big 12 this year. I know the SEC is going to get all the flowers for the conference season that they had, but I think the Big 12 last year it was record breaking. This year not as record breaking, but still very prolific. If they can make it through this, I actually would be higher on Iowa State heading into the tournament because if they can figure out a way to come together as a team, despite I think I'm only playing with each other for a handful of games this year, that actually makes me more impressed. I'm actually more impressed about that. I like your angle on Houston not winning the Big 12 last year. I think that is a feather in the cap of Kelvin Sampson and a bulletin board type thing that he is going to use this week, saying that you've done it all, guys, but you haven't won the Big 12 championship yet. You've won the regular season 2 years in a row, didn't win the Big 12 championship. Now, they did exact some revenge on Iowa State a little bit early in the year. They did beat them. I don't know where that game was. I think it was in Houston. Yeah, it was at Houston. They beat them by 9 back on February 22nd. So they at least exacted a little bit of that revenge on Iowa State a little bit early in the year. The thing about Texas Tech, and here's why I'm not overly enthused about betting Texas Tech. I think it's plus 350-ish to win the Big 12. They're going to be a big dog in that championship game, right? They were a 9.5-point dog at Houston on February 1st. They were a 4.5-point home underdog against Houston on February 24th. They're going to be a 7-ish point dog in the championship game against Houston, which means they're probably going to be around a 2-1 dog on the money line. So if you really like Texas Tech, just wait till they get past Arizona, which is no easy task, and then just bet them on the money line in the championship game. You know, you're going to sacrifice a little bit of juice there, but at least you're in the final and it's a 1-game roll of the dice and you're not up against Caleb Love perhaps having a, 70%, 7 for 10 kind of flamethrower shooting night. And all of a sudden your plus 325 is in the toilet before you even get to the title game. So I don't think I'm getting enough meat on the bone with Texas Tech to actually make that wager. I like the Iowa State angle because if they are able to upset Houston, maybe they'll even be a favorite in that championship game, and then you can come back on the other side. So I think of the bets to make, right? Like I like Texas Tech. I think they can win this tournament. I think they have all the pieces in place. But from a number standpoint, I don't see a lot of value on the Red Raiders. I think Iowa State's a decent bet. But I'll be honest, of all the angles we've discussed, I think Houston not having won the tournament yet is actually the biggest motivating angle I can find during this little discussion we just had.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. And again, just the fact that they only know how to play one way. Like anytime you turn on a Houston game, they are playing as hard as any team in the country. So when you worry about some of these teams, we just talked about that with Duke when we preview the SEC a little bit later, coming up in the third hour, like certainly a motivation for Auburn is in with question. They probably have wrapped up the number 1 overall seed. You don't have to worry about that with Houston. So yeah, I mean, look, if somebody wants to take even money on Houston, like you said, Jared, probably the smallest favorite that they would end up being in the Big 12 tournament would be to Texas Tech or Iowa State. And you're looking at that game probably being anywhere from like 6.5 to probably 8, like somewhere in that neighborhood. So, I mean, even money with Houston certainly could be a good bet. All right, let's talk about, obviously we're in conference tournament week, conference championship week, and we have already had some teams punch their tickets. We have had SIU Edwardsville out of the Ohio Valley, High Point out of the Big South, Lipscomb out of the A-Sun, Drake out of the Missouri Valley, Omaha out of the Summit, Troy out of the Sun Belt, and Wofford out of the Southern Conference. So Omaha, SIU, Edwardsville, you're looking at probably 2 16 seeds with those teams. The other conference tournament winners, though, Jared, I mean, Drake right now is looking like a 10 or an 11 seed. High Points and Lipscomb are looking like some dangerous 13 seeds. Wofford, I talked about at the start of the show. I kind of love the idea of betting them, maybe depending on who they get. Which of these like mid-major teams that have won their conference tournament that we know for sure is going to be in the NCAA tournament, do you feel like, obviously we got to see what the bracket looks like, but do you feel strongly about, like, you think with the right matchup you could definitely see yourself taking that team to pull the upset?
Absolutely. Give me, and I don't know where Michigan's going to slot in. They're probably dropping as we speak. Give me Lipscomb against Michigan. Oh my God, please. That would be a dream. I think Lipscomb's a very dangerous team because they have a big who can bang a little bit in the middle, the player of the year in that conference who's fantastic. But they also have an elite 3-point shooting lineup. I think Lipscomb is, again, I've been Mr. A-Sun all year. So if I've been Mr. A-Sun all year, how can I not take a nibble on Lipscomb to do well again in the conference tournament? Oh, I always butcher this guy's names. Ognagsevich? I don't know how to say his name. He's from Sheboygan, Wisconsin, though. I can say that name properly. That's the big that I'm referring to for Lipscomb, who has a little bit of size, a little bit of rebounding capability. But really, this team is built on their 3-point shooters. They're a top 50 team in that category. Again, the one issue is they're not as big on the glass. That's where Michigan has an edge because they've got 2 7-footers. Now, I don't know they're going to play Michigan. I have no idea what the bracket's going to be. I just know I want to fade Michigan in the first round. That's all I know. But Lipscomb checks all the boxes to me. So does Drake. I think Drake actually has gone a little under the radar and they have in prior years. They're not as sexy of a team. The biggest issue I see with Drake is they play so slow that if they fall behind in a game, they don't have the capability to make up that ground. So Drake is a team, we talk about this in the NFL and college football all the time, they need a positive game script for Drake. Whereas Lipscomb can just get really hot from 3 and all of a sudden that, 10-point deficit all of a sudden is a 1-point deficit because they hit 3 threes in a row on 3 straight possessions. Drake does not have that kind of upside, and they play in a conference that is very slow and methodical. We just saw Arch Madness unders go 10 out of 11. So it feels like that's an interesting team, Drake, because I think they check a lot of defensive boxes, but their offense, they need to be in a positive game script. They need to be in a low-scoring, methodical, plotting kind of game. If Drake plays Alabama in the first round, I don't know. That's not going to be the matchup, but that kind of team that just gets up and down really quick and can run, I think that's where Drake might have a little struggle. But if they get a matchup against a similar team that plays slow, plays methodical, I think Drake's a very undervalued team. And, of course, Ben McCollum's done a fantastic job with that program.
Drake is what makes the tournament so great because if they do win their first round game, I think they could be really tough to deal with in the round of 32 because of the quick turnaround. And depending on what team you get in the first round, right, having to deal with the team that plays as slow as Drake does. I was going to throw out High Point. According to Ken Palm, Jared, they have the number 26 offense college basketball. Panthers can score, man. So I would keep an eye out for High Point. They could be an electric 13 seed in the big dance. We're talking some golf on the other side. Matt Vincenzi joins us next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-9336. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-9336. That's 800-444-9336. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-444-9336.
When it comes to finding great deals on suits, timing's everything. And now's the time, because Macy's semi-annual suit sale is here. Save 40 to 60% on new suits and blazers from Calvin Klein and Michael Kors, with performance suits starting at $99.99. And if you need advice on the perfect fit, Macy's free personal stylists are here at the store and ready to help. If you need a new suit, there's no time like the present, because the Macy's suit sale won't be back until the fall. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Where'd you get those shoes? DSW has all the shoes you need for whatever you're into. You know, like running shoes that give new meaning to personal best. Or everyday sneakers that make coffee runs look cool. Basically, DSW has all the best styles from the brands that always get it right. Like Nike, Brooks, Timberland, and more. Oh yeah, did we mention they also happen to be the perfect price? Find a shoe for every you at your DSW store and DSW.com.
Survivor 48 is here, and alongside it, we're bringing you a brand new season of On Fire, the only official Survivor podcast. If you're a Survivor superfan, you won't want to miss this deep dive into every episode where we break down how we designed the game, the biggest moves, your burning questions. It's the only podcast that gives you inside access to Survivor that nobody else can. Listen to On Fire, the official Survivor podcast with me, Jeff Probst, every Wednesday after the show, wherever you get your podcasts.
Check out Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniatovich. Weekdays 9 to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
I don't know what's going to happen in the West. I think anybody trying to tell you that they know what's going to happen, they're just hoping. They really don't know. The West is so wide open. And that's why I feel like people are having, maybe they want it to be wide open, because after the team on that one line, it's all the same. If we can make a case for any of those, maybe meeting OKC in the conference championship, a lot of people are trying to diminish what the Thunder have accomplished so far. Oh, they're too young, or they don't have the experience here, or they're missing this, they're missing that. Right now, there are some sexy names, some sexy movement that we've seen, and those teams are performing, but maybe it's just OKC.
Bet Sweats, 9 to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network. America's home for wagertainment. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Colorado up 47-35 on TCU in the first round of the Big 12 championship. So another potential upset brewing there in Kansas City. And then Virginia Tech off to the early 8-5 lead over California in the ACC tournament. Big rivalry there in the ACC, Jared. Virginia Tech and California. Massive. Cal playing in the ACC tournament out in Charlotte. All right, let's talk some golf. Looking forward to this. We got they call it the fifth major on the PGA Tour, the Players Championship out in Jacksonville. Matt Vincenzi joins us. Make sure you guys follow Matt on X at Matt Vincenzi PGA, golf writer for SI. Matt, excited to talk about the Players Championship with you. Before we dive into that, though, we got some breaking news maybe about 25, 30 minutes ago about Tiger, and he had surgery to repair a ruptured Achilles. Obviously, Tiger won the Masters in 2019, and it was awesome for just all of us as sports fans, golf fans, to see him win another major. Jared and I were talking, just want to get your thoughts. Like, can you see yourself, if Tiger ends up teeing it, up again in like majors the next couple years, would you bet him like to make the cut or in like matchups? Could you see yourself getting involved on betting Tiger at all in the near future?
I would probably say no. Sunday of the Masters last year, I bet on Vijay Singh plus 165 over Tiger, and Vijay's like 62 years old. So now he's having Achilles surgery, so I don't see that getting any better. And I think at the time, I wish we could all go back and maybe, we did appreciate him winning the 2019 Masters, but I don't know if we realized that would probably be the end, but it was the end. And since then, it's been all downhill from there. And sadly, I'm not going to, expect him to contend in any real event. Next time we see him, it's probably going to be a Champions Tour event.
Yeah, it's tough for me. I'm 39. I grew up watching him. I was 10 years old when I started playing golf when he won his first Masters in '96. So there's so much nostalgia. And I think that's why the betting markets always react to him, because it's just people they just want to see him play. They just want to see him win, but he's always overvalued anytime he suits it up. So if he does return, I can't see there being much betting value there. Scotty Scheffler, it's hard to say there's any betting value on him because all the guy does is win tournaments, right? But he hasn't won one yet this year, Matt. Do we think the Players, even though he's a big favorite to do so, 5-1 currently at BetMGM, he's had a good few tournaments leading up to this point. But do you think Scotty is in prime position at the current price to make a run this week?
No, I don't. I think early in his 2025 season, we've seen him, a couple of weeks ago, he struggled off the tee. And when I say struggled, he was about 40th in strokes gained off the tee, which isn't great for him. And then last week, he was great off the tee and he struggled on approach. It just seems like he needs some time to work the rust off coming off an injury, and betting him as the tournament favorite for me is not something I'd do anyway. But now, considering those factors, add in the fact that no one has ever won the Players 2 years in a row. And now you're asking him to do it 3 years in a row. I mean, what's the probability of that actually happening? I think people in the betting market fear him, and I obviously get why. And I'm not saying it would be completely shocking if he won, but I don't expect it to happen.
Matt, would you do anything with Morikawa or Justin Thomas this week? It feels like every week people are betting these guys, especially in elevated events. Now, Morikawa had a chance to win at the API last week, but I'm sure plenty will be on both of those guys. Either one of those, JT or Morikawa, are you interested in this week?
I would be more interested in Morikawa, but the number kind of got bet down. DraftKings had odds up for a while, and he was 20 for a long time, and I think that probably would have been a good bet, but he's been bet down to 12, 14, and I don't see any more value in that number. And you also think about, there are very few times in the history, and I actually thought about that a lot this week, where guys got a tournament completely ripped away from them at the last second. And it's really rare to see that guy come back and win the next week. I think, I think it takes a couple of weeks after something like that. And I think he's going to win the Masters. I pulled the trigger on MGM actually at 20-1 a couple of weeks ago. I think it's down to 18 now, but I still think it's a good bet. I think he's kind of perfectly suited to do that this year. Players, I don't think it's for me. He also has a PMT time. 15 of the last 17 winners have come from the AM. So that's another reason maybe to cross them off.
Interesting.
That's a really good nugget right there. I'm always fascinated because it happens all the time, especially when the wind shifts, the weather shifts. When you tee off, especially in the early rounds, is so important, especially making the cut. Speaking of making the cut, Xander Schauffele seems to make the cut every week. I think he's got the longest running cuts made streak. Hasn't performed well at this tournament in his career. dealing with, of course, the injuries, is actually pretty far down on the board, I think, as far as Xander Schauffele concerned, 28-1. Any value on the X-Man, perhaps, to have a good showing this week?
No, I don't think he's ready yet. Someone asked me last week what number I'd bet him at, and he's open at 14, closed at like 20.